Hey, we're live. We finally got it working, sort of. Sirenscape is having some huge issues right now, so we were sorting that out. We think there's something wrong with either a compatibility issue with the Fantasy Grounds client because it's Unity, or perhaps just server issues, some kind of authentication issues. We keep getting disconnected from Sirenscape online and reconnecting to it, and it's crashing for our client. So we were trying to sort that out for a long while there. So sorry about all that. That took a little while. But yeah, let's go ahead and just get into the actual stream since we have spent so much time on working out technical issues this time. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, if you really like technical issues, I guess. Doesn't like you, just that's right, Gerbil. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get into it. As I said, well met. I'm Cynical. This is my channel, and all around us here is what we call Chronicle. Technically, season 2 of Chronicle, although we kind of, at this point, you can almost call it season 3 because that like 1 week in Jump Space was essentially a season into itself. At least it felt like it, right? Or at least it was very much like a capped off arc, interestingly. But technically we're in season 2. We'll kind of decide where we're going to draw that line for the next arc, as this is such a sandbox game. This game kind of created its own like season 3 marker, I feel like, here with the events of last session, but we'll get to that in just a moment. So what Chronicle really is at its core is a custom Mongoose Traveller 2nd edition campaign that's set in our version of the OTU, the original Traveller universe, or the Third Imperium, if you want to call it that. We're all pretty new to Traveller still, though we've kind of started to get past the cutting our teeth phase of learning an RPG at this point. I mean, we've run a lot of RPGs in the past and stuff together, but you know, every time you play a new system, you're a little bit like trepidatious about how to handle different systems and stuff, and kind of tiptoe your way into it. But we're starting to get past the tiptoe phase, I feel like now, thankfully. After, I guess this is technically session. What number session is this now? This will be like session 11.
11-ish.
Yeah, it's 11. So it took us about that long. I feel like technically 12 if you count the 0 session we did. We kind of almost did like 2 0 sessions too, like 1.5. So we were kind of somewhere around the session 12 marker in terms of experience now in this particular RPG, which is a very deep one. I really like it.
True.
Quite
We
a
had
bit.
a couple of session zeros.
Yeah, plus we dabbled in character creation for a while there too. To just kind of learn the system. I usually find that's one of the best ways to learn a system, is to make a character in it to start with anyway. At least as a GM. As a player, that's probably all you really need to know, is how to create a character and roleplay, right? Roll skill check, whatever that is in the game. But yeah, you don't need to know everything about combat to play. But as a GM, you need to know at least enough. Yeah. I mean, you gotta know enough to, if everybody in the group kind of knows something, you can kind of come together and get through something to learn it. Sometimes it's easier to learn those things in a group setting too. But so we're not exactly all new anymore, but we are still pretty new compared to like other systems. And because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be paying attention to the game itself, and we may not respond right away to the chat, but just know that we really appreciate you being here, and you know, welcome you along on our journey that is Chronicle now, which we don't even know where the hell it's going. So come along for the ride, I guess. Everybody's welcome. Just keep it civil in the chat down there, and we've never had a problem with that so far, so it's all good. So let's just get to the really important stuff. These are my friends here. Right over here. I guess I should point that way. Together we are CoFH RPG, or just CoFH, and we're carrying on what is now like a decades-old tradition of us playing these games together. So let's just go ahead and get into the introduction of our players and their characters. We've done this at the top of every single session now, and they've given you a little bit of different context for their characters every time. I think what's probably the best thing to keep at top of mind for when we do this, talking to you guys now, is like maybe your state of mind now, based off of what happened right last time, where's your character's head at now? It's probably the easiest way to get into that. It's also a good question for you to answer for yourself before we actually step into the first moments of role playing after the intro plays through. But let's just go ahead and get started with that by introducing the players and characters. Just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently prolismatic player, Lord Venom 1. Tell us a bit about yourself, your character, and where they come from, where their head's at right now, all that. You don't need to talk about your origins too much anymore, I feel like, but let's see whatever you think is in Dixon's head.
Hey, so I'm Lord Venom 1, pretty new to social media, new to Traveller, as we talked about. Longtime fan of science fiction. There was a moment, really nice moment last week where we had just passed the point when we should have come out of jump, and we started the overtime clock started counting down. That reminded me of one of my favorite sci-fi books called Gateway. It's basically, real quick, it's this sort of asteroid that has like 1,000 alien ships on it, and humanity doesn't really know what they're for or how to operate them, except they can kind of, they found the button to basically go back to wherever the destination was already programmed in, and so they basically load it up full of food and set sail and see what happens, and most never come back or have these sort of traumatic experiences, but it's the same kind of idea. They have like a month or 2 months worth of food, and then when they get to that 1 month point, they're like, basically everybody's super nervous because they're thinking, if we keep going, we're not gonna obviously have enough food to get back. So it's
right. Past the
really
Rubicon.
Cool. Really incredible book, Gateway. I'll post it in chat, but I was reminded of that. It's a cool moment last week. But anyway, so I played Dixon Matthews. He's a detective from Tarkeen, now part of the traveling group. It was this past week of travel has been super busy. Obviously, we're pretty short-staffed in general for such a big ship, and we don't have a lot of depth or backup. So when the captain got injured, especially, things were pretty hectic, and there was a lot of running around and dealing with very alien, intense situations and bodies and insects jumping out from behind the stacks. So, I think the hard work is good for Dixon. He's not really too turned off by that. He's a hard worker, and he's used to a certain amount of intensity from his detective days, but this is a lot, so we'll have to see. We'll figure out together how exactly he's coping with all this.
I mean, I guess that's true. It's like Dixon was the one that found most of the body stuff, right? Like all the viscera. And if anybody was gonna like come upon a scene like that and not be like overly affected by it, it would probably be Dixon and then Roman, right? The viscera for Roman should mean nothing. He's used to looking at cadavers, but seeing the implications of a crime scene type of thing is something that Dixon would be intimately familiar with, having been a detective on Tarkeen in the past. Pretty interesting little tidbit of information there on Dixon. But following that, it's my good friend and fellow member of Screen Room, and a streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself, and then tell us where your character is at, what's in their head, etc.
Yeah, so we do Screen Room on Wednesdays and Sundays. Come over there and hang out with us and watch Star Trek and movies and shit. And I stream on my personal channel, which I'm on right now with Writer's kind of perspective, who is a former Army, former Navy, lost one of his eyes, and had Roman patch him up, met Roman, and kind of how we got all started getting together. And speaking of injuries, I kind of just woke up from another one. So I've been bedridden for a few days while everybody else was running around trying to save the ship, and I was just kind of trying to figure out ways to watch them save the ship. So I just kind of have been kind of woke up from a morphine state and started flying the ship, and yeah, so now we're in a whole different place. Like Dixon said, we overshot, so we're a little bit lost and confused. I guess we're gonna go take these people to the closest jump point, or green line.
Where's
other than that,
where's Ryder's head after having taken this severe injury, coming back from it, being healed up and stuff? He walked around, got himself some coffee, sat down, and then had to do this piloting to get to the nearest gas giant to refuel. That's where we'll pick up when we do get into that. But where's Ryder's head after all that, knowing that he's now 25 parsecs away from where he was intended to have been? And based off of your actual, the record I have, well, my path, which I can't really show on stream very easily, of where all the characters have been in their past, you've been pretty far and you're pretty well traveled, but you've never been anywhere near this far, right? This is the furthest away you've been from your subsector ever. So where's Ryder's head in regards to that right now?
Ryder doesn't really care too much about how far away he is from homeland or anything like that. It's not that big of a deal for him, but he was pretty upset that he didn't lose a limb, so he can't get a cool cybernetic gun or anything like that. But other than that, he's just kind of used to...
You can always lose a limb and replace it with a cybernetic. You just gotta find a place to do it and get the money.
That's true. That's very true.
The technology
and it will happen.
You don't have to wait for an injury for that. You just gotta pay the money.
But that would have been a catalyst, a good catalyst to get one.
Sure.
But it's okay. Like you said, you can still get one. An excuse, yeah. But yeah, he doesn't really care. He's a little bit on the fence with, okay, well, obviously now we're not going to make any money from all this travel, so what are we going to do about that? But on the other hand, like, we're really far away from the people that want money from us, so
that's actually not that true.
Because they're everywhere, but
yeah, I mean, basically it's just the whole Third Imperium.
Yeah,
and beyond, because of some of the megacorps and stuff. But yeah, that's not that big of a deal, though.
yeah. But yeah, he just really is kind of ready to drop these people off and pick up new people. Continue on. I mean, it's
to be fair, most of your
some
money
shit
is made off
happened,
passengers
but
anyway, I guess, right? Most of your money was going to be made off of your cargo.
Sure, and we can definitely still find places to drop that off.
Sure.
But point was that just because, this is just the first time we try to take passengers and some shit went down, but that doesn't mean we're not going to just keep doing it.
Well, you got a bunch of staterooms. If you want to hire crew, you can always put more crew in those too. It just depends on how you want to handle things, right? But next up, my Nakama from another mama, it's Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right. Why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your character, where their head is at, etc., with the current events?
Yeah, for sure. What's up, everybody? I'm Society. I hang out with these fools. I think I'm pointing at the right ones. On Screen Room and of course here. But I play Roman Bohr. And I've talked a little bit about his research into the similarities between I guess medical procedures in alien species. So not just like the similarities between them, but similarities in treatments. So like ways that you can treat two different species with the fewest amount of the same materials, right? Like, pretty creative stuff. So he did a little bit of research on that kind of got him a little bit of notoriety in the field for it, basically. No one had really, I guess, delved so deep into like a compendium of it all. But
So like parallel kind of, like parallel treatment techniques kind of.
yeah, that's a good way to say it. Yeah, exactly. So based on the events that have transpired, Romans encounter life that has no similarities with almost anything that he's studied, right? Like, it's very alien. It's one of the most alien, like, beings, if you could call it that, like a sentience that he's like seen, or maybe not sentience. You know, it's all up in the air, but whatever it is, it's super alien, and he's having a hard time wrapping his head around the concept. Like, it's new, it's exciting, right? So it's like there's a lot going on in his head right now involving that, and it's pretty intense thought going on. It's a huge implication, right? Like discovering a new form of life, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and discovering that this thing that was so incredibly alien also has, similarities. Like, it has DNA, it has mitochondria, that kind of thing.
Right.
So, like,
yeah, exactly.
These building blocks of life are pretty similar to one another, even though it's incredibly alien too.
It's like, wow, the possibilities of life is just astounding, in all its forms. So
yeah, the end of our last little arc kind of focused a lot on Roman and his science, and how we were kind of trying to pour through this scientific mystery that you were solving aboard the ship, basically. And that was a big focus of that arc.
I earned a point in xenobiology during that time too.
You did.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, yeah. I think maybe you're the only person that actually learned anything during that week. But
I thought there was someone else.
I don't think anybody else did. We'll get to that in a second. But last but not least, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, it's Psychocough, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this community but for the Screen Room community as well. Why don't you go ahead and talk about yourself and your character a little bit there? Try and tell us where Stayruya's head is at after all of these events.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. I'm just a gamer. Video games as well as tabletop RPGs, that sort of thing. Stayruya, as an Aslan, her life started very involved with their clan, their family. But as the youngest of her family, when her brother died, she was basically left clanless. So currently she has no ties to where she came from, back in District 268. So ending up 2 subsectors away, not a big deal for her. The only thing she has to deal with is, how to make money in this new territory.
Lack of contacts, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So this is just a new playground for her.
What about the biohazard, let's say, that's been living aboard your ship with you for the last week?
Well, the whole passenger thing didn't go as planned, so not quite ideal in that regard. But
yeah, you didn't have your passengers this week at all.
Well, they already paid for their tickets.
Dixon already said he was giving them back, though, as well.
That's not Dixon's call.
It's true.
Not my call.
But, we'll have to see where that goes. And in terms of the biological problems, like, that's just being a merchant, man. Sometimes that stuff pops up. Doesn't matter if you're dealing with, weird, strange chemicals or literal living alien cattle or livestock, you just gotta roll with it.
Gotta account for there to be some loss due to crazy space shit at some point.
Your cargo
I am a
trying to kill
little
you.
upset that the bugs ate some of the cargo, but I'll
Yeah,
get over
they
it.
definitely did that. Yeah. Anybody that's out there on the stream, by the way, let me know if the audio sounds right. We've had to make a few adjustments to things because of crazy stuff that we talked about earlier in the beginning of the show. But yeah, just let me know. And also, thanks for the follow there, Chava0404 and Sammy's Best. Appreciate those follows, guys. So let's go ahead and get into the intro. And then when we come back from the intro, we'll talk briefly about where we are, what the last moments were, and we'll just jump straight into character from there. Also, well, I'll just save this until we get back. So let's go ahead and get into the intro.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
Hey, we're back. Okay. Thanks for watching the intro, everybody. Their Chronicle. That's right, T-. Welcome aboard, man. Feel free to follow along. We're kind of in the middle of this journey now, but you can always go back and watch the VODs on YouTube if you want, or even, I think they're all still up on Twitch as well. I have archives up as well, so if you want to watch from the beginning, you can. Though we were sorting out audio issues in the beginning of this campaign pretty hard, I will say. We've kind of figured it out a lot better now. But, yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the session for the night proper. So, when last we left off with our travelers here, who have now been traveling together for months, by the way. 80-something days at this point. What was it? I forget.
87
It was
days.
87?
87
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Yeah. So pretty close to 3 straight months, I guess, in general, depending on how you want to think about it, basically. These guys have been living together in close quarters, conducting missions with one another since they came together through a set of circumstances, mostly through the actions of Ryder Young as a kind of a catalyst for getting this band together, essentially. But in the end, there was a lot of influence in terms of how the ship has been run by them in different avenues, by Sterulia and stuff, and we find ourselves here after a misjump at the end of what you might call a very long week in jump space. A mysterious missing low berth passenger, this crazy attack by stealthy alien insect-like species, which incapacitated Ryder Young for a fair period of time there. Growing clues about the strange psionic passenger you took on at Flammarion, and eventually the finding of that missing passenger and realizing that they were part of some life cycle for this alien creature that's been living aboard your vessel this whole time since you left Flammarion. Thanks for the follow there, T-, appreciate it. T-minus 42. So, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a good name. Eating all your sandwiches, that's true. The psionic passenger was originally eating all of their sandwiches, and they were trying to figure out part of the reason for that as well. Eventually seeing that you not only had your strange psionic passenger, but this strange bionic entity, and even discovering some of the core of the science behind it, and that it even conducted physical processes, I should say, that seemed unlikely for biological life, and yet it was. Trying to get a sample, you were never able to get like a perfect sample of it alive, and in its main condition to continue your study, but you did get a lot of information, a lot of data, and you connected a few intuitive dots as you conducted your scientific research, eventually even seeing an interaction play out between a big thing that happened in season 1, a strange ancient artifact, meaning from the actual ancients, who kind of seeded the galaxy with humans and such. That is a psionic orb that kind of just floats there, and they've had in their little cargo, what is it, secret cargo, concealed cargo, that's what it's called. It's a smuggler's hold. They've kind of hid it away in there since the very early moments of the campaign, really. Once they got this, you saw an interaction take place, or rather heard, and to some degrees, for Dixon there, felt a interaction between that orb and the biological life form. As the biological life form, the strange, almost energy-like being, but not kind of tied to strange microbiology and essentially presenting mystery after mystery, at one point attempted to feed on the energy of this orb, and it was attacked psionically, which did seem to succeed. It was destroyed in its opaque state as opposed to its translucent state, and in doing so released a very large amount of energy for something nearly microscopic, the size of a tiny fruit fly. Not enough to damage the ship too much. Dented some bulkheads in. It kind of revealed to you the nature a little bit more of what you had been dealing with. Now no more samples aboard the vessel. You've conducted a plan to eject it all out, basically your airlock. The death of a queen-like figure amongst this alien species, beginning the downfall, the crumbling of their bioform. Roman Boar rushing in and trying to get these samples desperately at the end. Never, as I mentioned, never able to actually get one perfectly suited, but did manage to preserve the desiccated form of what once was the queen. of this strange life form that you don't have in any database. At least not any Imperial one that you've seen. The final moments of that resulted in kind of a long talk amongst the crew. During part of this period of time, Dixon investigated upstairs, or above deck, I should say, where the passengers were, and saw that they were indeed pretty upset, but seemed to be getting on. Then the misjump happened, and you ended up 25 parsecs, that's 25 hexes in the Traveller, away from what your intended destination was, and the destination of these passengers as well.
We probably wouldn't have made it that far. Just like if you had just left us to our own devices in this campaign, we wouldn't have made it this far. Like,
Probably
there's
not.
no way we could have gone this far in our characters' lives. Like,
But you probably wouldn't have. I mean, you could have, but
Right.
you probably wouldn't have, yeah.
fucking insane. We're so far from where we started. It's not even funny. Like
25 parsecs away.
Delta Quadrant.
I mean, it's not quite that far. Like, if you beelined it straight, you could still do it in a few months. But it's like to the point where you would have to be like, we're making the decision to go way back up there, right? Which caused a bit of panic aboard the ship amongst the passengers. They reacted poorly, continued to call down. You guys were trying to figure out where you were. It was a few moments of chaos aboard the ship. After quite a few moments of more chaos during that week, this is when the moment that Dixon, or I should say Venom, mentioned here earlier, where they were doing their jump, and then they went past the window of that jump, and they found out they came out of jump, but it was about 40 minutes late, which was pretty terrifying for them. But because during those 40 minutes, they didn't know if they were ever coming out of jump again, or what. But they did, and it was 25 parsecs away. The passengers panicked, and then investigating, not too long after this panic had been erupting above deck, Dixon found them all completely calm, even at peace, happy, sitting around the dinner table, eating a meal with your other passenger, one who started out as Joseph Wells, an older man on Flammarion, possessed of strange psionic abilities, now having gone through some strange biological process of his own. No longer an old man, a young boy that seems much more innocent of the world, yet in some ways more knowledgeable of it. Strange that his motivations don't seem entirely identical, but so far has presented themselves as amenable to the crew and quite at home here, quite happy. And one of the final things done by them is to present to you 3 carapaces that the original Joseph Wells had been walking around with in his container that you knew about. That was part of the reason that he was even being sought out by Ling standard products on Flammarion, and the reason why you had a somewhat of a difficult exit from Flammarion when you left originally. You don't know exactly how any of the Ling standard product stuff might tie back to any of the events that happened during that week, or the misjump at the end of it, but certainly there's an air of mystery. Let's not forget that one of you was also once slipped a strange data rod. We have several loose ends.
I was literally just thinking about that earlier. Oh man.
That's your phone. And that's where we sit. That's where we ended up. The last moments were Ryder coming out of the med bay comfortably for the last few hours, kind of laying in his own bed a bit, stretching out, using the bathroom, taking a shower, getting himself a cup of coffee, waking up, starting to feel normal again, though sore, sitting down on the bridge by himself, having a few moments to just kind of watch over things before he had even bothered trying to do any kind of piloting. They were just floating out there, out at the edge of what would be the Oort cloud of this system. And then eventually setting his cup of coffee down, pulling up the holographic display, setting an M drive course to the nearest gas giant, and beginning your route there to refuel. Now, the ship currently is half fueled, I believe, and it has enough. Remind me how much it can carry there, Stayroya?
41 tons.
Of fuel? Okay. So if you're gonna do that operation, then you'll need to actually, we'll have to roll for that when you get there and everything. And since you will be actually getting fuel from a gas giant this time and not going somewhere to refuel, it will require some pilot checks because it's not an easy thing to do. But we never finished your actual. Oh no, we did. I have it written here. Never mind, we did. I was gonna say I don't think we actually finished the roll for your course plotted in system. But we did. So you have 160 hours. You shaved 3 hours off of it. So you have 160 hours until your destination here. You'll need to kind of maintain course or have somebody on the stick at all times to maintain course. Make sure you don't get off course here or anything. You've managed to define some solar winds or find an area of the interplanetary medium that had been kind of evacuated by recent solar winds in a particular area as a large coronal mass ejection passed through the system some time ago when you used that bit of more vacuous vacuum to plot your way on through the system. And that's how you shaved off 3 hours. That's what I wrote down. So, anyway.
It was 130 hours to the gas giant, 160 to the station.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It just says -3, so it was 133, but you -3. And it's up. You also have it's 160 to the 163 because that would be a separate roll, but 162 there. But you would also have to land. It's not a station; it's a downport.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Just so we're clear, you're so far away from it you can't like see it, right? And this is like a frontier station, way more so than a lot of these other ones are. I mean, like, you spent your time on like Tarsus, and that was a world that had a few thousand people on it, and you went 15 minutes out of town, you're in like straight up the boonies or whatever, right? But that is not the situation here. There is essentially one little city that has like roughly 60-70 people in it at any given time that operate both it and all the mining operations there on the planet. There was a research base here in the system, but it's been mothballed. They have moved it to another area. You don't know why. There's no public knowledge on why. That's basically all the information you have. You are here. I can pull it up now. Actually, I think should be.
We're in Gabriel.
That is right.
Yep.
Jesus
Gabriel.
Christ.
So they're here. I'll just zoom in on it and then zoom back out so the people at home can see. You're really in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. The boonies. We got like
star system. Sweet.
an old gas station from the 50s. 50s.
So the quality of the downport I don't think was actually too bad. Let's see, what was it? I forgot now. I think it was C. Yeah, C.
How many people work there?
Well, you don't know how many people work there until you would actually investigate something like that. But there's roughly tens of people, right, on the whole of the planet that manage its mining operations.
Tens of people.
There are literally dozens of us.
I was waiting for another word after tens and before people.
I know tens of people.
Thousands.
As per the last counting, so keep this in mind, right? The information that you have about a planet like this is old, right? It's always old, unless it's like a world like Capital and you're near it or something like that. You don't have very new information. The last, like, essentially census data you have here on Gabriel tells you those things. There's about 70 people on the planet. There's mining operations. There's a really, really simple downport that has very, very simple refueling facilities if you want to pay to refuel. And then there's a research station that was mothballed about, I forget how many years ago now. Is there a magical artifact or a 4D hypercube that can teleport you to the loot and the booty? Unfortunately, not in Traveller. Well, maybe, but it's going to be a really high-tech level item, which they don't have access to.
Sandy, at one point it had 70. It could now have 69 people. That's what you're saying.
In 1105, it shut down and moved operations.
Yeah, so this year. So that's the
Okay, so
that's probably the
most
most recent information you have about it is that there was a facility here and it's been mothballed.
Or 80 people, I guess.
Sure. That's all the passengers.
Well, I mean,
other things that you would know.
do, but...
Other things that you would know about the system in general. That's like also old information. And this will be the last out of character information that I just easily deliver to you like this without you specifically hunting for a piece of information. Is it is sometimes used as kind of a pass-through on trade routes that go between the Florian League, the Aslan Hyrate, and kind of the tail ass end of the Third Imperium, as ships sometimes cross across Depress and Sindal subsectors, as well as what's the subsector name? I forgot it. Gortel, yeah, Gortel. The one, basically that little triangle creates an area. I don't know what you're yelling at, but are you yelling at the dog? Is that what you're yelling at? Okay. So it creates
I was muted.
A triangle. That's all good. Creates a triangle between the Florian League, the Third Imperium, and the Aslan Hyrate. And politically, another entity as well, more recently, the Glorious Empire. But we'll get to that later. But anyway, so that's basically all the information you would know about, if you go down there, I mean. That's basically all the information you would have about Gabriel. So let's go ahead, now that we have all of our pieces in place, and jump in character. Ryder. Let's see if we can't... The last thing you were doing is setting... Well, no, that's not the last thing you were doing. It's been a little while now.
Oh. You don't know the last time I pressed that button.
I mean, I haven't.
You haven't been in the med bay in a long time. So.
Yeah, I would have known.
You haven't done the morphine inventory.
Yeah, that's between you and
either.
your doctor. So you're sitting here on the bridge of the ship. The last thing you had done is begin piloting towards, if I understand this right, the gas giant. You are the appointed captain of the ship, and one of the last things said by the other people aboard, I believe it was primarily Sterulia that was saying this, is, where are we going? What's our destination? So that's what I pose to you now. What is Ryder doing here on this lonely bridge at this moment? Just after beginning your trip. I'm assuming you already made the roll, so I'm assuming you're heading to the gas giant. You could head to the planet instead. It's up to you. All right.
We are going to the gas giant.
Okay.
Well, Ryder is actually pretty scared. So like nothing, like he's been through a lot, right? But not that,
Not misjumps.
not a misjump.
Yeah,
That's never
true.
happened before. And
It's
like
also
sitting
one
there
of
for
those
40
things that,
minutes and not
stories
knowing.
get told, like in the Navy and stuff, about misjumps and stuff. Like, oh, that ship that disappeared.
Yep.
I
that
bet it's
kind
a
of- that
trope,
kind of-
Right.
right? Like in like TV shows and whatever.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
bet
like
it is.
yeah.
Yeah. Like shooting at things and getting attacked and stuff and winding up in the med bay. That's whatever.
Enemy
That
you can see.
happens. Yeah, right. That's exactly what it is. Like sitting there not being able to do anything at all and just having to wait to see what happens is very terrifying for Ryder.
Like dying of cancer or something, right? Yeah. It's really
Yeah.
one of those things where you just kind of have to wait, watch it happen. Because you don't know. You could have been in there for 400 days. You could have been in jump space for 400 days, and it would just been like, how could that campaign have played out then? You know, like, oh yeah. Before I forget, sorry, I did forget this. I'll get to it when we get to the character. Go ahead. You were saying what's going on in Ryder's head? He's scared because of the misjump.
Yep. I mean, other than that, everything's pretty fine. I mean, yeah, I went a different place, but like that was the whole point.
Sure. Yeah.
Of doing this travel stuff.
You're not freaked out by the outcome of the misjump. You're probably more relieved because you know you could have died, right?
At least we stopped, and we're somewhere where we can get to somewhere. So like all that's peachy. We're fine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like
So
yeah, we got
got
some people mad at us right now, but whatever.
So you're sitting
I've had
here
people mad
on
at
the
me
bridge,
before.
sipping your coffee, plotting your course towards the nearest gas giant, and kind of wistfully hoping for the best.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So we will move from the bridge then. Now that we kind of like our camera passes by Ryder as he's sitting here sipping his coffee, manning the controls. We see him plotting his course and beginning to kind of work out the idea of where he will scrape fuel from the gas giant, kind of setting up models and stuff for refueling, so you can kind of plot through that when you get to it. And our camera will pass by your shoulders and through the doorway where we once again head past Dixon's quarters. We can see him well asleep in here after a very difficult week. Mishka asleep at the foot of the bed, kind of like off the bed, way too big to like actually lay on the bed with you. Much bigger than like a dog, right? Like basically big for a wolf, essentially almost a dire wolf. These Tensor's wolves. She lays in the floor at the foot of the bed, every now and then popping her head up to look at you, seeing that you're okay. Just kind of every time you do it, it's just like every time you like roll over or something, she sort of wakes up and looks at you and then back to sleep. Our camera moves past you and into the med bay, where we see Roman Boar now. You just hours ago now created your sample case, your queen sample, whatever you want to call it. Have kind of placed it there, have conducted any more experiments you could do, get any more information you can. It's all like essentially you crossed all your T's, dotted all your I's. It's the best you can do at this point. Is there anything Roman would like to do while he's here in the med bay, since you're awake?
Yeah, I'm poring over all the data that I have, and I'm just like looking for something I could have missed, anything that I can figure out, any kind of like missing detail. I'm like cross-referencing. I've like 3D scanned the queen, and I'm running it through like cross-references between like so I'm running the scan, so the imaging and like the DNA and anything that I think might bring up a ping somewhere through like any database that we have on the ship, like any kind of library, just running everything I have through it.
So trying to find any kind of correlation or anything,
Yeah,
like
but
any kind of
almost
parallel
like
bioform and shape or anything, like based on a 3D scan, I guess.
yeah, like I'm thinking like you know, like the whole when you've exhausted all plausible explanations, the one that makes the least amount of sense is the truth. So like I'm starting to get like out there with my ideas about it and just like kind of fervently pouring through all this information.
It's an interesting way you put that. Okay, so to that end, I'd like you to make a roll. And you may not find out the outcome of this roll just yet, but so make it a tower roll. Drops to here. I'm gonna need you to make a intellect electronics roll. But you don't have the sub skill specifically.
What difficulty?
Would be average. There it goes.
Average. Cool. Alright. I have done this.
Okay. Clear that and then push us back to here. So you're pouring over all this stuff, looking for any kind of similarity to any bioform that you can find on record, just going over essentially any scientific database that you have. And on a whim, you just start looking through other sources for things that you would not consider databases containing hard scientific evidence or anything like that, just random stuff. But eventually, you do come across one thing that looks pretty similar in the actual form, the actual physicality, the way that the shape of the creature looks, especially the queen one. That's the thing that catches your eye. It's not the color that it is now, it's the color it was when it was alive. And the interesting thing about it is that the one reference you find through essentially an image scan. You have the machine, like the computer, pouring over different video feeds and all this stuff, just anything to find. And it does find something that matches fairly closely. And it is actually, strangely enough, a fictional TV series that was written about 200 years ago, somewhere in the Sindal subsector, and nobody knows who the original creators were.
What?
It has kind of a cult following in the Sindal subsector.
What?
And,
okay.
Yeah. Called Friends.
But the
It's
general
called-
use of the term.
It's
or
not called
actual
Friends.
cult?
Gerbil said that.
It's an actual cult. that
They all have
follows
like
the show?
mandibles and shit. Holy shit. What is the show?
So
It's a
the
200-year-old show.
It's a 200-year-old show. The language that it's in is not Gaganglic, but the title it's in an old Sindalese, because there used to be a Sindali empire here. So it's in their old language, which was kind of related to Anglic loosely, but in a different direction, and it translates loosely to the venture.
All right. And it's like animated, you said?
No, it's a live action TV series, basically, like real life actors and stuff.
What was the context of the creature?
So, I mean, you'd have to watch the episode to see that. You just, like, right now it's just like pulled up on a thing, like a frame, and you're like, what's this? What's this metadata say this is? What, a 200-year-old TV show?
I'm gonna try to find the episode if I can.
Okay, so that'll be a separate roll to like try and get all the stuff together and see what you have, because it is a 200-year-old like obscure TV series, basically.
Yeah.
So I will need another electronics int roll.
With
Okay.
the cult following.
And this will be difficult. So DC 10.
Oh shit. Okay. Did it do it right?
You did it. Like I clicked difficult 10 right at the moment you rolled, so it
Fuck
actually
yeah.
worked. But you succeeded actually. So you are able to find at least some of the episodes of this series. As it turns out, this series was, as I said, nobody knows who originally created it. It was this creative team involved in the Sindali Empire, and it's kind of got this weird vibe throughout the whole show, where it's sort of like presented like Blair Witch found footage style. But it also has these really tightly edited moments where people are like looking at the camera and like talking to the camera and like conducting these interviews and stuff. Each episode is about an hour and a half long, and you're able to recover 3 of them. The rest are lost to the annals of time history. The episode in question that your particular screen capture comes from is actually nowhere to be found. It's the 4th episode, but scrubbing through the first 3 episodes, you also see something else that looks familiar. Specifically, the strange black goo. That's all you get.
I hate it.
So it's in a dialect that I can't quite decipher, is what you're saying?
No, you can. It has to be translated. Every single thing has to be
Okay.
translated. So it's all like confusingly worded and all this stuff.
Is
But
it like a drama or fiction, or is it like documentary style? Oh, you said it was like Blair Witch style, kind of.
yeah, it's like found footage presented like found
Jesus.
footage.
So it's like it. All right, I'll just sit here and then watch the episodes a little bit more, see if I can like get any more details about like the
Okay. Like I said, it's
correlation between the goo and the things.
there's 3 of them, and they're each an hour and a half, so
Yeah.
it's 4.5 hours of viewing time for the 3
I'll
that you
do
can
that.
watch.
I start drinking.
Okay. It plays out like essentially the best analog I can make is like one of the Blair Witch movies, or like the one of the paranormal activity movies, right? Like where it really plays out like it's trying to be a found footage drama, and it has these moments that are interdispersed with these interviews with people that kind of set it outside of reality, where you're like, this can't be real. They're literally talking about the thing that happened. Isn't that guy dead? You know, like that kind of thing like happens through your viewing. Like there's continuity problems with it. And so over the course of your viewing, I would like you to make one check, roll it in the tower. It's a pure intellect check.
Your intellect difficulty.
It's gonna be 10.
All right. So
It's gonna be
like
a very hard roll.
I'm gonna be trying to look at this from the context of the experience we just went through.
Okay, that's an interesting way of putting it. I'll tell you what, I'll let you roll it with a boon because of putting it that way.
Nice.
But this roll aside, you are saying it is clearly wrapped as fictional. Like there's
Yes, it does.
Right.
It's not like it's a mistake that this is.
right. It's like not
Is a
an
piece of
actual
fiction.
real thing that people assumed was fictional, but it's like it's a show. It's clearly.
It's got elements to it that have to make it a show. It's like got like
The interviews and the editing.
interviews, editing, like typography on screen, you know, like
Right.
credits, like things like that. Okay. So over the course of watching the show, and we'll move forward a few hours, but I'm going to zoom over to Starolia here in a minute to see what she's got going on before we cut ahead a few hours. But a few things stand out. But the only thing that really, like, by the end of it, or like I'd say maybe not quite by the end, like 2/3 of the way in, You're convinced this is 100% just a fictional studio creation. And then you notice something. The person in the interview who's talking to you right now and looking at the camera, that's not the same person you just saw die. And he's talking about being killed, basically, right? Like, it's like almost like it's not quite the same person you saw die. There's something strange about him. Something not right.
How was he killed? How are they killed? Like snuff films?
So in different ways, so because it's like a found footage thing, a lot of times like the death isn't on screen, like perfectly captured, right? There is this guy though was one of the guys carrying the camera around, right? Whatever that hollow sensor might be, it's probably like tied to his shoulder or something like that, and you can see he is actually what looks to be impaled from behind, because you can see this kind of gray elongated either like tail or claw or something pierce up and curl up through him and then come back and bisect him. So he was like split in two. And that's like all you get. Essentially, when the one half of the body like falls down and the camera is locked to the shoulder, you can see the other half of the body kind of still splayed out there. But the guy that you see here talking about his death, it's like a uncanny valley.
Yeah.
You're drunk.
And then we'll move on.
I take another shot.
You're drunk. You do not.
So before we skip ahead a few hours, I want to go ahead and deal with what Steroy is doing. So let's go ahead and go upstairs. That's where you were last at. I say upstairs, but above deck on deck A, the passenger deck.
A for assholes.
Oh, I was looking at the ship's numbers, not its map. Why am I upside down in the passenger quarters?
They're not upside down. What do you mean?
I see me as upside down. Okay. Yeah, I thought I went to bed.
Well, if you did, you didn't put your token there.
Well, I can't move the token there. It's on a different deck.
Okay, so if you're when did you go to bed? That's fine. We just want to know because you said you were going to wake up at 9, right?
After dropping the carapaces off at the medbay.
Also, I want to do an experiment because I think I can do this, and it'll move you from one thing to the other without me having to worry about it in that annoying way. So let's see if that works. Yep, that worked. So I can drag you for anybody out there running Fantasy Grounds, and you're frustrated by how they made you not able as a GM to drag people across your line of sight lines on your map without turning them off. You can actually drag them anywhere still from the combat tracker. So that's what I've been doing. That seems to work. So, you're in bed? Until 9. So we'll just pass by Steruya as well. Then as our camera leaves the med bay... What was that? As our camera leaves the med bay with Roman conducting this research and beginning to watch this show, we watch some of that with him, and our camera leaves over his shoulder and out the med bay, back through the crew commons area, eventually turning to the left instead of the right on its way out, showing Steruya asleep in her quarters, and back to the bridge where Ryder Young is. So, unless anybody wants to do anything, we'll go ahead and skip forward a few hours here. Unless there's any like events that anybody wants to play out or scenes that anybody needs to do. If there's something, you can just send me a whisper.
Nope.
Okay. So let's go ahead and let me pull the calendar up.
Old TV, snoozing, piloting.
Okay, Ryder.
Yep.
How long is your shift on the flight deck here? on the bridge. I don't know why I said flight deck.
All the time?
No, I mean like you guys take turns. How long is your shift? How long are you going to be piloting the ship before you tell one of the other guys to get in here and take over? What's the watch? I mean, you're the captain and the Navy guy, so what's the watch schedule?
I mean, we're rotating. The 4 of us, I guess, would be 6-hour shifts.
Okay. So then that means at about 4:40 a.m., it would be time for somebody else to rotate on in on the bridge and for you to rotate off.
So that could be Big Dixon.
Hop on up here, big dicks.
You've been asleep. Yeah, you went to bed pretty early.
Yeah,
Right,
that's what
Dixon?
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's been basically a shift.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it has. It's at 4:40. Yes.
All right, I come in
It was 10 p.m. before, so
pretty, looking pretty pale and a little disheveled.
Okay.
All right, I'll take over, Captain.
you can go ahead and move your token. You've had about 7.5 hours sleep or so
Not enough, I'd say.
to get over this week. Yeah, that's
I
fair.
mean, that last day by itself.
Are you having problems with your token?
I'm trying to get back to the map here.
Okay, I just want to make sure Fantasy Grounds is still working for you. Because they really was saying they were upside down. So
I mean, there is no
All
up and down space. Everybody knows that.
that's fair. Mishka will follow you as well. Just kind of
Come on,
sit
girl.
in the corner down here near the emergency locker door where you have supplies and stuff.
Heading to the gas giant still.
Yep, we are.
All right.
I think we're about 120 hours away or something.
Yeah, thereabouts.
That's some good time to think, I reckon.
That's the truth. I'm gonna go take a little nap.
Sounds good. You take it easy.
Do you think so?
Take a little nap for you.
Go to my room.
Okay.
Dixon just gets does a quick check of the nav and then gets a long stare.
Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna do 2 things here. So first of all, let me I did that roll. Let me push time a little bit. 2, 4. Okay.
Space Orcs.
All right. So I want to remind you, first of all, Dixon, that you have a boon, a floating boon that you can use at any time for any role that you want to. That was gifted to you by, I believe it was Lunatic that Lunatic Designs, one of our regular viewers. Awesome guy. You should check out his own Twitch channel and his products on Drive-Thru RPG. Great maps.
Hell yeah. Really, really talented artist.
But yes, you get a boon, so if you need to use it, don't forget it.
Don't
But
threaten me, but continue.
but about 4 hours in. Whoops. That has messed things up. Okay, so about 4 hours in, a little bit more than 4 hours, all the way at 9:10 a.m. Something happens. You don't need to make any rolls to manage your your actual piloting or anything. You just kind of have to like have hands on the stick, right? After the course has been set, make sure nothing's like going off course, and all that seems good. The ship is perfectly on course. You're headed straight towards this gas giant, which is known as 1X3 Perseus. It's just like a pretty big gas giant, but nothing particularly special about it. There's no sometimes in these in the more civilized systems there are essentially almost what you would think of as a gas station kind of in orbit of these gas giants that basically drag really long cables down into the atmosphere of the gas giant, or just barely trailing on the edges, and have them spread out in several platforms, and they kind of extract hydrogen directly from it and pump it up the pipes basically, right, into the higher orbit where they have a refueling station. This does not have one of those, so you're kind of looking, you know, through the map and stuff here. Look, you know, it's a big holographic display because you have that on your bridge, so you're able to like zoom it up and kind of spin the solar system around, take a look at the course that Ryder has decided. Hey, this is where we're gonna come in at the planet. This is the orbit we're gonna enter, and then we're gonna go into a lower orbit here to actually begin the maneuvers to try to scrape fuel, and then we're gonna try and do our exit this way, whatever path that might mean, however many orbits you'll have to end up doing to get your fuel isn't known, but he's kind of got a stable orbit planned for that. And you're kind of just browsing that and looking through it when you hear a little beep on your console. You look down. There's a brief moment where you're like, oh shit, did I touch something? But no, you're being hailed. You said something, we couldn't hear it.
We can't hear
I
you.
was like, you're thinking about it. He's probably not going to answer. Man, we just had audio issues out the ass today. Testes, 1, 2, 3.
Did you beat yourself?
Test.
Oh, I hear that.
Sorry,
Nice.
I bumped the cord. I can't move this thing at all. Oh shit. So mentally, do I know who's kind of awake? I assume I know Steruya's waking up, and then because I'm assuming Steruya will have maybe the next shift.
You've probably walked by
Steruya
my
is
door. It's open.
Steruya said you were waking up at 9 a.m. It is after 9 a.m. It is 9:10, so you would be getting
Yeah.
up. But I don't know if you
I would know
start
the
your
doc.
shift.
I mean, the doc maybe has the
Hasn't
next
been to
shift
bed.
after that. Yeah, it's probably. But again, you're probably asleep by now.
You have about 2 more hours left on your
Oh, he's still doing his thing.
on your shift, Dixon. Dixon.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hit the button, other button, and say, you know, if anybody's awake, we got a hail coming in.
About this time, you would also be finishing Roman. So you had 4.5 hours to watch this. So you've got a little less than a half hour left. You're at there's about 20 minutes left in the whole series, right? This is after your realization of these uncanny valley, like what's going on here stuff. So you're just wrapping up the last 20 minutes of that when you hear that overhead. Ryder,
Right.
you'd gone to sleep, so I'm assuming you're not hearing it. Steruya, you said you were getting up at 9, so you are. It's up to you if you want to like wake up Ryder or something.
It's 9:10 a.m.
It is 9:10 a.m.
I'll pause
I
the
was
show.
planning to sleep for 5 hours.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be up yet.
We got a hail coming in. If anybody's awake,
Yes, you get
reckon
about
I'll
another
answer
hour
it.
to sleep.
It'll be right there. 1 second. And I'll pause the show and
I'm
take
closer.
another shot.
I kind
and
of stumbled onto the bridge.
All right, I'll hit the button and answer. Yeah, this is a vagabond. Ryder Young's captain.
Who's
Go ahead.
You see this FFID signature pop up for those that are hailing you. It reads Free Ship Taurus Rex.
Free ship Taurus Rex.
Yep, that's the name of the vessel. The voice that comes over the comms is kind of stilted for a moment. You're like, wait, what's going on here? And then you realize it's being run through a translator. It's not their normal voice.
Greetings. Free ship, Taurus Rex. Supposition, you are new here. Question. Perhaps business you need to do.
That's all they say.
Yeah, howdy neighbor. Yeah, we're new in town. That's true. What kind of business you have in mind?
Be nice.
What are you doing to?
Suggestion.
Okay.
Trade of cargo. Imperial credits. Rare goods. Supposition. Gambling? Question. Are you peaceful?
Oh yes, sir. Won't find a nicer gal in this ship here. Yeah, let's see what kind of cargo we got on board here. One moment, please.
Delighted statement. Invitation. You are welcome for food and joy.
Like joy.
I'll mute the hail channel. What do you guys think?
They have gambling and joy.
So I'll say this, as you right after you said, "Oh, we're peaceful, we're not gonna fuck with you," basically, their sensor contact lit up. They were running in a stealth mode, and so you were seeing them at low power and stuff, and they just turned that all off. And now you can see the actual full size and shape of this vessel. It is literally a Taurus. The shape of it is a Taurus.
Oh wow!
It is not capable of entering an atmosphere, that's for sure. It has strange engines on different sides of it, and it is almost 100 times larger than your vessel.
Floating gambling palace.
Holy shit!
What kind of cargo are we carrying?
Well, it's got to be rare if we're in a new part of space, yeah.
We have basic stuff. We
But
should
what Will's-
trade with him.
What Wells gave us?
What's that? We should?
Should not.
Should
Why
not.
do you say not? Who else do we know out here?
Many
We could make
reasons.
we can make friends out here. Obviously, if they wanted to do something to us, they would have not been in stealth mode. They had every opportunity to do something to us.
We've been
They
through a
helped
lot here
us.
recently. Should we?
Who do we know?
we-
Where are we? We have no idea where we are right now. We don't know anyone. Who are we
Well-
going to get rid of this cargo to?
Actually, I've been looking at the maps. And the next nearby planet would be better to unload our cargo.
Which planet are you referring?
It would give us more time to do a proper inventory and see where we stand on things.
But gambling.
How about their offer of a visit? Do we? Should we accept? I don't know the passage upstairs is going to take that.
I would politely decline and just get the fuel and get out.
Just take a rain check, I guess. Can we find them for later? Ask him where they'll be. I want to go gamble.
Yes, yeah, Rex. Yeah, Yeah, we're gonna have to decline your offer. We're as you noted, we are new in town.
Polite. Be polite.
We've had a bit of a tough week, and we better just focus on getting on our way. But maybe another time if you guys hang around here, maybe we'll look you up sometime.
Disappointed statement.
Oh, they're sad.
Perhaps you would like to purchase goods from us and not trade to you? Question.
Well, I do have my trade officer here. What did you say you had for sale?
Rare gems? Question.
Shiny.
How would they talk about this?
Statement.
How much-
Tools,
Tools?
medicine, joy.
Does he wink when he says that?
Oh, this is all. You don't have a visual on him at all. Like it's just
Oh, okay.
all on
Keys.
audio.
Have I recognized the
Joy.
translator
What
before?
else was it? Hold on. Sorry. No, you don't have a record of who these people are at all in your database. Period. Like you have no idea who they are.
Leroy, have you heard this type of translator before?
Statement. Ship on long journey. Probably not here in future.
Where do they go? Ask where do they go.
No, don't worry about it.
This sounds crazy.
Any of those goods tempt you?
No,
Why are you so against this place?
they run a casino. All they want is your money.
Is that really your biggest problem with this place? They seem like
Yes.
nice people.
He didn't
They
say he
have
ran a
alcohol.
casino, by the way. You're assuming the casino thing.
Yeah, but you know,
You said
gamblers.
casino, didn't you? You said gambling.
No,
They
he
have
said
alcohol.
It could be
They
just
have-
like
That was one of the things they do.
games.
They probably have fresh air. Well, freshly scrubbed air. They probably have food, hot food, lots of dining. What, like,
What do you think?
what
Where
is
you-
this thing?
You've only been on a ship for a week.
But that thing looks really cool.
I'll say this: if you want to make a sensors roll, you could try and get like a better read on what their ship is if you try and know who they are. But other than that, you don't have like any like quick pop-ups that are like, yeah, we know what this is.
I'll go
So
and
that'd have to be
I'll go make a couple scans on their ship.
So it'd be electronic sensors, int.
Okay.
Target lock. Not bad.
Oh, okay. That's a Kakri vessel.
Kakri.
The bird people?
No.
Camel people.
Well, not really, but more like
Centaurs?
centaur people. Yeah, yeah.
These are the Kakri. Wow.
Which their space is on the literally opposite side of the Third Imperium from where you are. Also with that roll, because you get a +3 effect on a very difficult roll, that is a fucking enormous ship. It's also jump 6.
Guys, according to these scans, it's a jump 6 vessel. They must-
Based off of their
the
course,
Kakri.
based off of their course, they are headed, what would be rimward and a little bit spinward. So they are literally headed away from the Korea Empire. That would have mean that they've crossed all of the Third Imperium and part of the Trojan Reach, and are basically heading their way off towards the Florian League and beyond.
This ship has come from a long place.
Kakri, you say?
That's all the
Ooh,
information you'll
indeed.
get from that scan. But you did roll a really good roll. So.
They
Oh,
now
you
I
have
definitely don't want anything to do with him.
what? You don't like the Kakri for why?
What do I?
I'd love to accept your offer, but we don't like your Takana right here.
Listen, the amount of space that this ship has traveled, they must know something about these things that we encountered. If not only that, they can know who will purchase these carapaces, right? We need money.
We'll get money.
I've never met a Kakri.
Keep in mind, the Kakri don't do hunting or killing of any kind. They're actually like militantly against it. That would be like something
They
you would know.
are. I think your word is antithesis of my people.
So
You can tell they are headed straight towards the Aslan Hyrate too, at the moment.
They are prey.
Yo. Well, this prey seems to be headed right for the lion's den, so to speak.
Then let them get eaten.
I'm not entirely sure this is what their purpose is out here anymore.
I will say this too, because of your +3 effect on a very difficult roll, because you rolled a 13, or a difficult roll, not a very difficult roll. That's definitely a Kakri ship. The translator wouldn't translate Kakri like this, though.
Do I know what it would translate that like?
Does the translator not tell you like what language it's processing?
I would say that you could try to get it to do that, but this is being translated on their end, not your end. So you don't have any clue.
You say they are Kakri, but this one weird thing about it is that the translator doesn't seem to be translating their language.
Like whatever's talking to you probably isn't Kakri, but
Right.
Given our trajectories, like how long will we sort of be in range for a possible intercept, like for the next 20 hours, or
are you asking them or me as a GM?
you as a referee? Like, are they coming through the system, and so we're gonna be like,
Without a roll, I'm not going to give you like a perfect window, but I would say like it looks like they're on their way out of system, so they're probably only here for like another 30 to 60 hours or something like that.
and so they're probably already not a convenient like intercept.
In order to get to them, it would be 40 hours.
And then we would probably in the wrong direction.
I mean, it's close-ish to it. They also said that they could sell fuel too if you wanted to buy fuel from them, but I have to buy fuel. Obviously, you could buy fuel from the planet too. That's all the information you have on them. You don't really know anything else. The way that the ship looks from here, it does look like it's carrying a lot of like cargo and stuff, but you can't like get good scans inside of it or anything. You don't have like any kind of like magic scanning technology or anything, right? Most you can tell is that it has a lot of mass. That mass seems to be moved without reaction. There's like reactionless drives that move it around an M drive, which is not uncommon. And the only reason you can tell that is because there's nothing being shat out the side when it's moving, right? And the read on the jump drive, it is a jump drive as far as you can tell, and seems to suggest from its like residual energy that it's basically jump 6.
Well, Doc, I must admit I'm as curious as a newborn kitten, but I think we better go with Stibury on this one.
I will concede. I trust Eiruya's judgment.
Well, it's
would it have been good for the passengers rather than leave them out here?
I can't
No.
imagine they'd be keen
Best
on
to
that
drop
idea.
them off in Imperial space.
All right, I concede. I do, unfortunately, I have discovered some information on some of these
So
life forms.
he's still on the
through
line,
unlikely
basically.
source.
Are you gonna like?
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna. So it's really nice to meet y'all out here, but we better get to where we're going. We better mosey on along down the trail. So toodles. Much regret.
Disappointed statement. We are sorry. Question. Species. Human.
Yes, yes, sir. And how about yourself? Or ma'am, excuse me.
Statement. Saurian.
What did he say?
Arian. Lizard Man?
Tharian.
Tharian?
Tharian?
Saurian.
Sorry.
Tharian.
Statement.
Well,
Thank you for time. We have much business to do.
yeah, imagine y'all, looks like y'all are, taking quite the journey.
Ask him what Saurian's doing on the cruise ship.
It's not our business.
You said you guys are taking quite the journey. Okay, I'll make a roll for that.
That'd be nice.
My real dice. Okay.
Statement. Ship dead. Not Saurians aboard. Ship now Saurian.
So
They took it from.
yeah, that's what my understanding is. It wasn't a Kakri ship, or it was a Kakri ship, but now it's Saurians.
Well, understood. Good on you then. Well, if you need anything, we'll be here.
Statement. Humans watch sport. Yes, that'll be question. Question. Humans watch sport.
Yeah, I reckon we check out the rodeo every once in a while. That's
I don't like where this is going. What is deadliest sport?
Intrigued offer. Digital trade of sport video. Question.
yes, sir, absolutely. We'll package that up and get that over to you.
For fuel trade.
Statement. Delighted. Supposition. You are friends now. Data transfer beginning. Taurus Rex. Out.
Wait, he's giving us data as well?
And it closes
we're
down,
sharing,
and,
like,
and then a
Sports
Yeah.
footage, baseball games or something to watch.
No,
then
okay.
a data
I
transfer
assume-
begins. They're sending you what would be like petabytes of footage now, like holographic footage.
I don't want just sports data. Can I get can I request something from them?
You can
Who are
call
you
them
asking,
back.
bro? This is the real world.
You can always
Trading
you can always have them
sports.
back.
You're the comms guy. You can call him and just be like,
Yeah, I'll definitely
yo, let me get
call
some
him back.
drama. Let me get
I'm
some
definitely
good
calling
mystery.
back.
I mean, technically,
I
we
want-
can send them whatever we want.
Listen, do you know how far that this ship has crossed known space? They have so much data, and we're getting fucking sports? Fuck that. I'm calling him back. I'm calling him back.
Do it, bro.
All right, so you hail them back.
It's your life. It's your character to waste.
Reship Taurus Rex. Statement. Vagabond. FFID. Signature friend.
Hello, friend. Yes, this is Roman.
Question.
We have
Voice change.
a different human.
You have disrespected us.
I
We will
was
now blow you out of the sky.
wondering if since we are trading you some of our very treasured
Oh, Jesus.
videos and data on sporting events and things, I was wondering if you could. I assume that ship has a pretty large database of things that it has discovered along its long journeys. I was wondering if you could just upload some of it
Statement.
to me
No
as well.
discovery.
What?
No discoveries.
Discoveries? No, nothing. What? I'm confused.
Your character, go for it.
Discoveries?
What kind of data do you have? Do you have a library?
Statement. Entertainment. Sports.
Just, you only have sports.
Battle.
Battles? What about, you have a show called Venture? The Venture? You have episode 4 of The Venture?
You're a real hound dog when it comes to a case.
Confused statement. Meaning? Question?
His television program from 200 years ago. Come on, man.
Question. Human entertainment.
It might be problem, yes.
Statement.
You have,
no human entertainment.
You don't have, like, you only have entertainment on this ship. No, like, research or scientific understandings or
Statement.
logs of...
Slaves do not research. We are free ship now. Statement. Kukri research.
What did you
Kukri
do with-
data removed.
What did you do with that? What did you happen to do with that?
Statement.
Garbage.
Injected into space with Kukri bodies.
Yes, just like the rest of the trash. Yes, alright. Well, it's good meeting you, friend. I appreciate all the sports movies. I hope you ever remember the Titans.
Pleased to present. Question. Why do you message again?
You done it
Further
now.
understanding between fellow newfound friends.
Statement. Delightment. Question.
Delightment here as well. Yes?
Do humans keep slave?
Not these humans, no.
Delighted statement. We are friends.
Friends indeed.
Free ship Taurus Rex. Out.
Vagabond out. До свидания. Alright,
They're gone.
never mind, guys.
They're gone.
They didn't have anything
Good work,
useful, it
Doc.
turns out.
I don't know if you caught the context for that, but I'll try and explain it
Yeah.
if you need me to explain anything.
I think I got it.
Who knows? Anybody know how to send them all of
I
our
think I got that.
Sports.
Friends.
sports
That's
data?
good.
Yeah, it uploads. We'll upload everything. I can do
So
that,
you'll,
right?
you'll probably be able to do that within like an hour
Yeah.
or so. I would just need a comms roll.
Okay, I
It
can
wouldn't.
do that.
It wouldn't be hard. It would just be a routine. It would just be education comms.
Education.
Yeah, because it's just like a regular ass thing everybody knows how to do. It's something you would have learned to do,
Boom.
not something you have to intuit to do.
Ooh, spider eyes.
All right. So yeah, with that you package up whatever data you deem to be like sports related, like sports shows, that kind of stuff, entertainment of a sporting variety. You know, like everything from space baseball kind of stuff to some kind of like motor racing stuff, various types of fighting things, and even stuff like more over the top, like Ninja Warrior style, like obstacle course things, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Sending them a bunch of stuff, you get enormous amounts of data, at least like 20-30 times what you send them, and it mostly just seems to be all recorded in the same place, probably on that ship, because it looks like it's a Kukri like field, which their ships are made of.
That sucks.
And the all of the games and stuff that seem to be played are all played between a number of species that you don't recognize, and some Saurians and stuff. And they seem to be mostly like battle sports, but nobody's like killed in it. It's mostly like sumo kind of things, like tests of strength and stuff. There's a lot of like really, really rowdy like cheering and stuff in the crowd, which is mostly Saurian. But they seem to like, and they throw stuff like at the competitors and stuff, right? Like all the time, like the whole time they're being. But you can see that the stuff that they're throwing are just like little bean bags and stuff, like stuff that would not hurt at all. And then there's like literally people that are like walking through, Saurians themselves, that are walking through the crowd, like passing out more like beanbag type things to throw at the competitors. And you can see that at the end of the match, a lot of them will pick up these bags, and even some of them will open them up and eat what's inside. It looks like some kind of small food pellet. And that's like pretty much what all of it is. And it's tons of it. It's like lots of it. That's really all you get. It's pretty confusing. It is kind of like, it has some commentary on it. It's all in Saurian. And the context you can get from like flipping through some of it is that while this is all recorded on this ship, it's not all recorded on this ship this decade. Some of it's quite old, but not like hundreds of years old, like 10, 12 years old. It's just kind of like time stamped, like every single day, all these different things.
And let's try to avoid being on that tape, shall we?
You exchange this data with them over the next 2 hours to transfer basically everything back and forth. That puts it, well, let's just say about an hour, probably not 2 hours. So that puts it at 10:10 a.m. I believe you said you were waking up around 10 a.m., Ryder. And that would mean you would have 1 more hour left on your watch, Dixon.
So Saurians are from Saurus, which is like a few sectors coreward. Big up. If you're curious.
Seems like they have taken back the ship, or taken over the ship from their oppressors.
And as Rui here says, I guess that's none of our business.
Probably a wise decision, then, like you suggested, that we do not get involved.
But to be fair, Saurians are not the antithesis of Aslan. Very much.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're more like Aslan. They're hunters.
Yeah.
But the Kukri are herd animals. They're kind of...
I didn't know that they kept slaves.
Yep, they do.
I did not know that. Yeah.
They have an entire species. It's basically just a dedicated slave race to them, too.
Wow.
Good morning.
Hey, Ryder. Welcome. You've missed quite the eventful morning, I guess. I guess not really.
Not compared
really?
to last week, but
it's been pretty tame, yes.
Yeah, Cap,
Walking into the
hail.
More killer bugs? What's going on?
Yeah, killer lizards. Lizard folk.
Walking into the
Killer
bridge, you
lizard
probably
folk.
see Steruya standing there, just like doing her hair, not wearing anything else. She literally was waking up and got a call for the help.
That's right.
So
What
she's
was
just
the,
like doing her
They're
hair.
used to it by now.
What's this rated on Twitch?
So she'll...
Must see.
Well, Captain, I've got some
Must see
repairs to do,
TV.
so good morning.
Yes, good luck to you, Steruya. Let me know if I can help.
And she'll turn and walk out. I think I've got this.
Yeah, Captain, as we were saying, there's a free ship. A ship coming
Free?
through the
We
system.
got a free ship?
Oh, they were
The
free
free
now.
ship Taurus Rex is a literal Taurus.
Interest. What?
Kukri ship
Wow.
that had apparently been taken over by Saurians. They were pretty friendly. They just they wanted to talked about exchanging cargo. We weren't too interested. Offered gambling and joy, whatever that means. And then
I like joy.
Yeah, I was
We
quite
made-
interested in the joy myself,
Staruya made the call to turn him down.
which was wise.
We turned down joy.
There was a lot more going on behind the scenes than just
Yeah,
the joy.
We made the call, but
Mm,
at the end of the day, we exchanged sports footage. Roman took a little look. Some sort of
It's entertaining. I'll tell you that. It'll be nice to get drunk too. It's kind
Yeah.
of confusing. I think I've got it a little bit figured out.
Yeah,
You
not
know,
bad.
no one kills each other, but it's good stuff. They'll like
Nice.
some of what we send.
Nice ship.
just sports. We getting any drama or rom-coms? Any?
Doesn't
Yeah,
really.
that's what I
appeal
said,
think
but
to
Roman
me,
was
the
said
case.
just sports, please. So that's what
You
we got.
shut your fucking mouth.
That's
I'll tell you right now.
Roman. Always you and your sports.
All right, yes, okay, I like them sometimes, but I like scientific information a lot more, and apparently they space that with the bodies of the Kukri.
Oh,
Took the ship.
Yeah,
from
they
them.
were pretty
Okay.
straight. They were pretty straight shooters, and I respect them for that. But
We're marked as friends on their
Yeah.
catalog, so they can only be
Oh,
helpful
that's
to us in
good.
the future.
yeah, they called us
Yeah.
friendly.
Okay.
So if you,
well, good job there.
I guess we went our separate ways. Unless you want us to pivot.
So far,
I
we're
guess
doing
that's
better
that
than
then.
Voyager did. I mean, what?
It sounds good. Continue on to the Scoopy. Scooping
Yeah, how
the
many
next
hours
Scoopy pan.
left until we get there? I might.
Yeah, I'm
I have to
I'm
get
still
some
good for
sleep.
another hour or whatever.
100.
Finish out the shift. So
I should go
18
get some
or
sleep.
15 hours or something.
Then before the next shift, I have not gone to bed since the
Jesus,
events
man.
of yesterday. Yes, I know. Take another shot. Well, I'll see you all in 6 hours.
Have a good sleep.
I did interrupt you while you were talking earlier. If you were trying to talk about the TV show that you watched or whatever, too. But
Oh,
we
I can talk
later
about
if
that
you want
later.
to, but
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't forget. I didn't want to be responsible for interrupting you and then it not be said, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, no worries. I would have remembered to mention it. I'm just on the lookout now.
I think I accidentally shrunk Ryder's token or something. Okay, so yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. I don't know why that happened. How did I even do it? I didn't even select
I've
it.
seen that happen to mine before.
Control and mouse wheel.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Well, see, that works for
Oh, yeah.
you, but I don't think that works for the DM because,
No other one for you like that.
I mean, it does. Yeah, I can grow it like that, but I have to have your token specifically selected to do it. All right.
Ryder's huge.
That's just his head when he's behind the stick of the ship. right. So, moving on. Roman, you head off to get a little bit of rack time, a little bit of sleep there. Mishka's still kind of just laying here. She heads off a bit to eat some in the middle of your shift, Dixon, but she comes back into the area. A little bit of time passes by, an hour more, but a little bit more than an hour more. It is now 11:20 a.m. So your shift would have ended your watch.
All right. Well, who's up next? Is that
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure that out before I go
Staruya.
to the next thing where I can skip ahead. So
Soon Staruya?
I think it is Staruya.
What?
Your watch.
Oh, I was gonna go do repairs, but okay.
I mean, yeah, I'll just take another watch while they roll your repairs.
Doesn't matter as long as somebody's at the stick.
You
so
the captain. All right. Well, I guess I'll head upstairs and get some food on the table then.
Wait, we still have
Oh
passengers.
yeah. Grab me a muffin or something.
All right. That worked, right? Yeah, I teleport you there.
Grab Sterudia's muffins.
Okay, so Ryder, you're taking over at 11:10. Get mark this down. Okay. So no corrections necessary on the course. You're still plugging your way there at this point.
Plugging it on.
About 115 hours away. And unless anybody wants to have any specific scenes in this period of time, I'm going to jump 115 hours ahead to when you get to the gas giant next. So I'll have to determine who is on watch at that point. So let me know if anybody wants to have any scenes before you get to the gas giant.
I mean, I kind of really wanted that muffin.
Do the muffin scene.
Sure, I'll come back. Yeah, I'll make some food upstairs and come back. Hey, y'all, I just wanted to...
Well, since you're going upstairs, let's go ahead and handle this first.
Yeah, all right.
So as you come upstairs, you can see the rest of the passengers, all of them in there, except for Joseph, whom you don't see at all in the main passenger comments. However, the door to his stateroom is open, and there's this almost high-pitched kind of whine sound coming from inside of it. This sort of like crystalline whistle. It just sounds different than the other sounds you've heard from it before, especially because the door is open.
Well, obviously, I would peek in since I'll have to walk past it anyway.
Okay. There inside, you can see the small plant that you've come to see kind of having shrank over time, sitting in front of the screen there. The screen now off. First time you've seen the screen off the whole time. And standing in front of the screen, their finger depressed essentially on the controls, like they are manipulating it, is what looks to be about a middle-aged man. Maybe lower middle age, like 30 years old or so, around your age. He stands there. He's dressed in a different way than you remember Wells having dressed before. The clothes that he's wearing aren't the clothes that he had cut up from Wells before. These clothes are altogether different. In fact, you never saw Wells wear this outfit at all. Not that he changed clothes a whole lot, but you did see that he had some clothes in this like suitcase thing that the carapaces have been removed from and everything. But this is an outfit you have not seen him wear the entire time. He stands there, his button on, or his finger on what would basically be the button, and he looks over his left shoulder when you kind of poke your head in the room there, making eye contact with him. You can see this small plant sitting in front of him, and it just kind of shrinks down, like visibly. You can see it this time. Like, it's not like a slow, gradual thing. It's like shrink, gone. And then he just picks up the pot while looking at you, kind of turns back to it, looks in it, and sits it back in the suitcase and closes it. And then turns towards you. Hello, Dixon. Nice to see you again. How are things?
Hey there, brother. What are you up to? Things are good. How about with you?
Things are good. That's a well put statement, yes. I agree with that. Here to make food, are you?
Yeah, definitely. We'll get some breakfast going for everybody.
I enjoy the food. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Um,
He'll step towards you, pretty quickly. In fact, it's like after he's set the thing down in his suitcase, he guys kind of like turns towards you and it strides towards you quickly, almost intimidatingly so for a moment, and then he kind of stops right in front of you. What will you be serving today?
well, that's a good question. Why don't you have a seat and we'll see what we can put together.
Anything for you, Dixon.
Is there anything in particular you got a hankering for?
Perhaps that noodle dish, the first one that Sterulia prepared for me when I first boarded your ship. It's been a
Well, I'll
long
see what I
time.
can do. Sterulia is, things be pretty busy with all the hoopla going on, and Sterulia's down fixing up the ship. So
His brow kind of froze a bit when you say hoopla, and then immediately like releases and like recognition, like he understands this. Like for a second he was like, wait, what does he mean by that? Oh, I understand the context, which before was a thing that Wells probably would not have ever been able to understand.
Right.
I must apologize to you, Dixon.
How's that?
I asked you to bring me quite far before, and he steps past you out into the corridor and like down into the passenger commons and sits down at the table, turning the chair slightly towards the mess so that you can kind of head into the mess and even talk through the door as it's open, which is something that he kind of did when he was as a child or whatever, if you want to think of it like that way, right? Sits there and turns towards you. Originally, I asked you to bring me quite far, and it would seem you have done that and then some.
That's one way to look at it. Appreciate that.
However, the distance traveled has greatly drained my ability to stay here. We dragged quite a bit of jump space between us, did we not? And he kind of smiles very lightly.
We did. Though I'm not quite sure why at this point, but it did happen. Yeah, we overshot it.
I believe that might have something to do with that. And he kind of points to essentially the ceiling,
Covered with aliens.
and it's just covered in bugs that are like crawling their way towards you. Each of them puppeting one of the passengers. The chest burst open. No, he points straight at the ceiling. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see it, of course. On the other side of this, he pats it for a moment. Bulkhead. Or no, actually, it's the overhead. That's the actual naval term. He uses the actual proper naval terminology is the point that I'm trying to get across. He uses the word... I didn't, but he did. Which is a thing that Wells would never have done before. Would have never had the knowledge to do before. Just past this bulkhead on the overhead, there's something. Though, I don't believe it functioned. At least not the way it was supposed to. One moment. I gotta check a thing in the rulebook. Okay. Silence. Okay, cool.
Definitely leveled up.
Make a roll. All right. He holds his hand there for a brief moment against the overhead. And then at your feet, there's this kind of piercing, tearing sound. And you look down and like almost shocked for a moment. Like, oh shit, what next? And there sitting at your feet is this little box about the size of a shoebox. It's oblong and kind of has very smooth edges, like it's been ground down, right? Like, so it's very smooth and sort of aerodynamic, if you want to think of it that way. On the bottom of it, you can see these little connector bolts. It looks like it would have been perhaps directly connected there. I've removed it for you. This has drained me further, though. I'm afraid I must leave even earlier now.
Oh, I appreciate that. You think this was the Link Standard products back on Flammarion? Set us up?
He leans down over it and pushes a few things on it, and it kind of like starts to come apart, and he like steps back like he's a little confused by that. It pushes it, down to the table, basically, leaning over it. I'm not certain if this would be Ling Standard products. They were interested in me, that is true. But this seems beyond them. Perhaps not, though. I don't think it actually functioned. I believe this was designed to prevent us from entering jump space entirely. But something stopped it. And he looks up with recognition for a moment. Perhaps your friend.
Which friend would that be?
The ancient one.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
That is odd. They know you quite well. When will the food be done?
Sorry, let me get you something here.
I also noticed a lot of anger before. Anger is dangerous, Dixon.
Yeah, I believe that. These people are pretty shooken up.
They won't
Thanks
bother
for,
you anymore.
I'm sorry, lobotomies have been prohibited for some time.
Lobotomy? Oh, no. No, I understand your meaning. They are fine, I assure you. I have merely changed their memory.
Well, I don't know. I guess thank you for that. Yeah, it can be a tough thing to take, us having gone so far away from where they thought we were going.
Their free will is not important. Yours is. You will come to understand in time. Will I see Steruya again?
Guess that depends on a couple things. How long do you think you'd be sticking around here?
36 hours.
Well, I'll make sure you see her again, if that's what suits you.
Yes, that would please me.
Well,
She's the first person of your kind to prepare me food, to give me something.
Well, you've certainly been a big help. Sorry things didn't go exactly as planned.
I think perhaps I have been more of a burden than a help. And for that I am sorry, Dixon.
Sure, things have gotten a little more interesting. Well, let me ask you. Do you think what's your take on these bugs in this black ooze? You think that's related to this or something else?
When you say this, what are you're
I'll
referencing
test you the box.
The box.
And
It's
I'm still
curious that
making
the
food in
first
there.
brood were able to find us here. I did not realize they had made it this far. Did not realize
How do you
at
think
all.
they got into the ship?
That is perhaps the fault of Ling Standard products. Perhaps not. If it is, though, surely Flammarion would... Well, it's not important. We saw no evidence of that there.
Well, you did say Miss Larson was not herself when she came aboard. Is that...
No, Miss Larson never came aboard.
Well, there was something came aboard that had her general shape, if you will.
Ah, yes. That's true.
That's the ooze. That's the ooze, you reckon?
No. That is one of their puppets.
Well, we seem to cleaned up that mess anyway, and again, thank you for your help on that one.
He kind of, looks down and around. Yes, it was quite troubling. It would seem a whole brood attached itself here. Again, I'm surprised they made it this far. I had not known that they had even made it to your kind space. I'm pleased that no one was... And he looks confused for a moment and then finds the word. Killed.
Well, I sure hope not. Everybody seems to be normal as best we can tell. The doc said something about maybe seeing a sign of them somewhere nearby here, actually. Which seems like a hell of a coincidence to me.
What do you mean by this?
Some old TV show had some plot lines that were real similar to what just happened.
He looks very confused.
I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
I'm afraid not. Though I am
Put
curious.
A little hot sauce. A little more hot sauce.
Is it possible that... No. And then he'll take the food that you serve. You say
I thought
this
you were
is...
getting muffins. Are you putting hot sauce on muffins?
Making noodles.
Okay.
Matthew's Noodles Delight. Just a lot like ketchup and spaghetti.
Army spaghetti.
With some hot sauce, apparently.
With some hot sauce, sure. Well, I know yours had some more
Back for some
interesting
flavor on
kick to it, so... Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we still hear you. So yeah, he looks down at the noodle dish served to him and begins to eat immediately, pushing the little oblong form of this device over into your hand as you pass him the noodles. As soon as he sits down and starts eating, all of the other doors open up. All the other staterooms up there. All open. I'll just go ahead and open the doors. Bloop, bloop.
Like, conspicuously, simultaneously?
No, not like the exact moment. Just
People are stirring.
a few moments later, and you can see people poke their head out and look. And they look distinctly less zombie-like than they did when he was a kid, basically. And the guy that was across the hall from you steps out, and you can see one of the other passengers was in his room with him. So it was two passengers in the one room. And they come out together. And they've clearly formed some kind of relationship with one another as they kind of step out. And if not, are just sleeping together, you don't know. But it's obviously it's just obvious. You know what I mean? So you see them come out of this room, yeah, pretty much. They look a bit pensive for a moment, and then they look over at you, and for the first time in a long time, one of them says, or not a long time, but in a while now, one of them says to you, "Is everything all right?"
Yeah, everything's good.
Oh,
You
good.
know, we're heading to get some more gas, and then we'll be moseying on our way.
How long until our destination? Destination.
I'll kind of look around nervously. What is that? What's my take on whatever's happening?
See, I'm gonna have to make you make a roll. I think to get
No,
it.
you can just tell me. You can just give me the down low here.
I think I'm gonna have to
Between
make you, in this instance, maybe a streetwise hit.
So just a strictly a formality.
Only a formality.
How about 13 for you?
Oh my god. I was gonna say the DC is gonna be difficult, but that's still an effective +3.
I grew up on them streets.
Yeah. The streets. So I'm using streetwise as kind of like a Jive Speak scene underneath the layers kind of thing. What's happening on some level there. He doesn't seem to. It's almost like a computer program got frozen for a second when he thought about his destination. He kind of sat there in like a loop for a moment, and then a moment goes by. There's a little spit bubble that forms in the corner of his mouth for a moment as he's kind of smiling at you, and then it pops, and a second later he's kind of stirs. Oh, I'm glad you prepared food, and sits down at the table.
Oh god, we got another digital plague, and I pull out my flamer and just torch him.
But yeah, what do you do? The
yeah,
rest of the people
we'll
come
be,
out. Nobody says anything else, and just they sit around, grab food, and start eating and stuff.
Yeah, we got ways to go to get some gas. It'll be 3 or 4 days. Then we'll go from there. More info to come, you know. But yeah, help yourself to some noodles.
Okay, so since you did answer his question, he'll look up to you for a moment and say, "Sorry, what?" And then just kind of ignore you the rest of the time.
Yeah, you about it.
After eating one bowl of the noodles, and only one bowl of the noodles, Joseph, as far as you know, stands up and pushes his chair back under the table and stacks the bowl neatly, as he always has. Thank you, Dixon. I appreciate it.
I appreciate all your poise this time around, and I'll make sure Styria comes up at some point here soon.
Will you follow me to my stateroom?
Yeah, sure.
And he'll walk into the stateroom. You follow him in.
Close the door as we come in.
And you can see he goes over to that suitcase that you that you've seen him lugging around this entire time. Let's see if I can grab this. That you've seen him lugging around the entire time. The one that he pulled the carapaces from, the one that he pulled the clothes from that you've seen this whole time. He kind of like knocks on it a little bit in sort of like in a reassured way, like a old friend kind of way, right? And then he opens it up, and you can see inside now there's a couple of outfits, the space where the carapace was, and he pulls out the outfits and sets them down on the table there next to you. That's now been pushed back to its original position. But because you remember you moved it over against the TV for a while when you're trying to do the UV thing. Now that's been pushed back to its original position and everything. The chair neatly tucked underneath, and he sets the outfits there. It's 3 separate outfits. All of them are pretty nice materials and stuff that you don't really recognize. They're quite regal almost, and one of them is there's one other outfit that's like shredded and stuff, which is the one that he was worn when he was a kid. He cut up and stuff. And that's still there, but it's not one of the ones he puts here in this pile of folded clothes. And then he goes back over to the suitcase and presses his palm to the bottom of it, and a little compartment opens up. Not a secret one, but one that was underneath the clothes. And it just opens up, and he grabs from inside and pulls out what looks to be a small pistol. He takes like a little magazine and
I draw on him.
Unloads. I mean, you can draw on him if you want. He doesn't react if you do. But he unloads it in front of you, so you can see him take the magazine out. And he sets it down, both of those down on top of the clothes. I want you to have these, Dixon. I think perhaps you, the only one of your kind that I have fought alongside, would perhaps get the most use out of them. And the clothes, I think, perhaps will fit you the best.
Hey, well, that's real thoughtful of you.
I'll say that after seeing that, that's when you notice, Dixon. He looks just like you, but like a little bit younger, a little bit less worn. It's not the years, it's the mileage.
What'd you call me?
He didn't grow up on the street.
But I mean, like, literally physically, his appearance, his actual features and stuff look much more like you than you would have thought. You compare this to the child form and to the older man form, and all 3 of them kind of remind you of yourself a little bit at different stages in your life. But only very loosely.
Well, so I appreciate your time. I have so many questions for you.
I have roughly 34 hours, or probably at this point, like 35 hours.
I mean,
Feel free to ask.
What are you?
You can call me Joseph.
But I mean, where are you from?
Not here, very far. Different. I think you would call it space.
And how are you? Why are you here? How'd you get here to our space?
My kind are gone. We sought connection. Others. This is why I first needed more information. I barely understood you, or what you were, and then I sought more connection. That is all.
Yeah, and we appreciate that, I think. But are you the plant over there? What's the story of this plant?
Wait, he put it away now, so it's
yeah, right. I mean,
it's
he put where it used to be.
It's in the plant pot is in the actual shit. Brain farting it. The suitcase. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Got that.
All right. And you're asking him specifically, is he that plant?
Yeah. Are you the plant?
No.
I just realized you look like me. Are you just in our heads here?
You might be able to think of it that way. I am not. When I am in your space, it is much harder to replenish myself. I am never fully here, not all of me.
Is there anything we can do to help that?
He kind of laughs at that a little bit. I'm afraid you are much too young. Someday, perhaps. Someday, perhaps
Well.
you will travel to my space.
Maybe I hope so. Will we see you again, you think?
No, sadly, if you do travel there, you will find it devoid of anything. As I said, we are gone now.
Is there anything you would have us do once you're gone?
He'll go back over to the suitcase and pull out the plant pot and sit it down on the table next to the clothes. There is a seed. Perhaps you will find a place to put it.
Does it need a lot of light? Good. A lot of acid in the soil.
If you plant it on a world where things grow, it will grow.
Well, I promise you, I will do that.
And he
When
kind of
the
walks
time
back
seems
over
right.
to the suitcase and clamps it shut and sits it upright. I suppose you can have this as well. It's just a suitcase. He turns around and looks at you and squints his eyes. I see concern, Dixon. You will see.
Well, this is just a lot to take in.
Sorry. Once again, I have been more a burden than a help.
Well, I gotta say, I don't feel that way at all. It's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure. Mine, that is. And he will go past you, like push past you a little bit, and sit down on the bed and kind of begin to like lay down. I am tired. If you wish to speak with me, I will be here for 34 more hours. I do have
All right,
one
well,
piece of advice I would hope you adhere to.
Yeah, what's that?
I'm very confused about how to say this in a way that you will understand, or a way that will not give you too much, so that you are not affected by that which I say. When the man comes and appears before you, when the trouble rises and he asks for your help, not your help, but your help, do be wary, but do not say no so quickly. It's almost like he's looking through you to somebody else.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for everything, and I'll sort of pick up the stuff and put it in the suitcase.
He yawns and lets out this kind of stretch. I'm sorry once again, Dixon.
Well, I'll let you get some rest, and maybe I'll stop by and I'll make sure Styria cooks your meal as well.
He just kind of mumbles and what looks like he's already asleep.
All right. Well, I will quietly take the stuff and leave the room.
Okay.
Be wary, but say what?
But do not say no so quickly. And I will go over and grab the box as well.
Okay.
And try to haul this stuff down.
There we go.
I'll go, I guess, put put the suitcase in my room and go off to find Steria with this box.
All right, so if you... Oops, I messed up one thing. Yeah, there we go. So if you look in the party sheet, I don't know why that word was hard to say, you'll see the items. It's just 3 cold weather clothings and
Eat pistol.
and a antique pistol. Yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'll take it.
The pistol, like now taking a look at it, it's unloaded. It seems to be, it's very, very simple.
Whoa!
It was loaded. No,
Pressure breach.
at least Sirenscape is working. We know, I guess.
Oh, not for me.
Yeah, I mean, it did for us that actually had it working, I guess. But yeah, so the antique pistol itself looks to be almost the... What's the best description I can give you of that?
Busted.
It's like a 1911, right? Like it's like an automatic pistol, but it's like a really old, like a pre-World War II era automatic pistol. So it's not an auto pistol. It only holds 3 shots in it total when it's loaded. But you do notice that the ammunition is made of something real heavy, like tungsten or something. Which when loaded gives the gun a lot of weight. It also looks like the gun has never been fired ever. And it also looks like it's been well maintained. So it's almost brand new looking, but you can tell just by looking at it, especially because of your gun combat skill, that this is not a new gun. This is just an old gun that's been really, really well maintained for a really, really long time. It's like something you would find in like a museum more than like something you would pull out to fight with. Which is why it's like it's almost comedically like pulled it out, and you're like you're going to go to draw because it's like me pulling out like a pirate gun, right? Right, like an old flintlock or whatever. Anyway, which still can be very deadly, of course.
In the right hands.
These hands.
And so stepping back outside after having the conversation with them, you can see the rest of the passengers are out there, and they were just stacking their food bowls up after eating. Some of them just kind of wave at you as you go by, and they stand up and they step down into the passenger commons area, turn on the vid screens, and begin watching stuff. A few of them flipping through to see what you've acquired recently, and even putting on some of the Saurian sports that you just recently downloaded, and kind of just pointing at it and like looking more confused than anything. But like, it's sort of this thing where like it seems like they start to like almost ironically watch it, and then they're just like, wait, this is actually pretty good, and they continue to watch these weird Saurian sports for a while, as you clean up the rest of the dishes there in the mess, and lower yourself down the elevator, I guess, is where you headed.
Well, I was going to drop off this suitcase so I don't have to carry it around. And
okay.
Try to take the box and find Steria.
All right, so you bring it back down to your quarters. Drop off the suitcase. Mishka comes and finds you in the middle of the crew commons. She's basically like sitting there in the middle of the floor. You drop off the suitcase, the 3 sets of cold weather clothing inside of it, as well as the antique pistol that you've stored inside of it as well. The suitcase itself it's basically like really, really nice luggage from the 1950s, if you want to think of it like that, right? It's like, it's totally functional. In fact, all of his stuff kind of has like almost like an Art Deco kind of look and feel to it, right? Even the antique pistol has almost kind of a Buck Rogers-y kind of vibe to it in some strange ways. But yeah, you finish offloading your suitcase. It's not heavy, since it's mostly empty. And it's got wheels.
Strongest man alive.
And you have a magical robot arm. So you store it away in your stateroom. And then you were going to go find Sterulia? Is that what you were doing?
Yep.
Okay. Well, Sterulia, where are you?
In the main airlock.
So you'll have to either comms her or whatever you want to do to find her.
Yeah, I mean, I assume she would be in one of the areas. I'll just start kind of do a walk around the ship.
Sure. I mean, if you walk over to the bridge and see it's empty, and then walk over to her quarters basically, and like ring the chime, and she doesn't answer. I would say the next most common places would be library and then medbay, right? And then when she's not one of those areas, you can just call her on comms, whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll call and say, Avery, where you at?
Fixing the main airlock.
Smart. I'm coming to see you.
All right. So you make your way. Whoops, we did it at the same time. So you make your way to the main airlock. You can see the little porthole there inside. The closed airlock is Sterulia. Describe what you're doing, Sterulia.
Just basic repairs, trying to clean up the scorch marks of the acid and whatnot.
Okay.
I hit the emergency override.
Eject her out in space. So yeah, she's in there. You can see her like half in like her overalls, and she's doing her engineering work and covered in like hydraulic fluid and stuff, trying to get this airlock fixed up after all the damage it took from the strange creatures that were inside of it.
Get pretty hot and bothered.
You use it as kind of like a kill chamber for them, so it's pretty messy in there too. Mostly because they were like freaking out and like destroying the place as much as they could while it was being hit by liquid nitrogen.
I'll get a gesture like safe to open.
Oh, the outer door would have been open, not the... I guess that's the inner door, technically. I'm not in vac suit, so yeah.
Hey, couple things. Chatted to Wells.
That means you're probably keeping this one closed. But...
He seemed to have changed again. Looks a lot like me now. That was kind of weird. But good news is he's very coherent now, and he's pretty easy to talk to. So, he says the whole jump issue was caused by this device, and I'll hold it up. He says it was probably put there on Flammarion to prevent a jump and seemed to maybe malfunction. But he was nice enough to pull it inside for us, so that's good, I guess. If you wanted to take a look, I can go throw it. I'll leave it in the...
It was outside the ship?
Yeah, I guess so, or somewhere in the bulkheads.
And he pulled it through the ship?
Yeah, just Wells things, you know.
Okay.
But he's feeling pretty. He's in a real reflexive mood, and he's really a gem. So he has to see you before he has to go for good. Something 34 hours from now. So he said he wanted to talk to you definitely before he left. Sounds like maybe liked your cooking, or I don't know if he just wants to have a chat. But if you can make sure you get up to see him.
Well, yes, I can go see him, but we're days from port.
Well, putting the pieces together, it sounds like he's it's gonna sound like a mouthful, but he's from some other place that is devoid of life, another dimension maybe, and he's, I guess, just sort of visiting, but it sounds like he's gonna be going for good here in the next couple days.
So he was a trans-dimensional entity?
He didn't use that word, but that's the gist I'm getting. And like I said, right now he's about the most. Well, up until now he's about the most coherent he's been, but he's sleeping now. I fed him some noodles or whatever, but he's he was really looking forward to their first noodle dish he made.
Oh, okay, I can.
Said it did something for him, so I'm sure that's what he's interested in. Wells likes to eat.
Yes, he certainly does.
He still seems to be keeping the other passengers pretty chilled out. They seem to have a bit of a glitch when one of them tried to talk about their destination and kind of glitched out and forgot they even asked. So I'm guessing that's his work. So I guess we'll figure out that mess here at some point, but maybe after he's gone they might start wondering where the hell we are and where we're going.
Well, just put that device on the table in the library. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, we'll do. Alright, well, I'm gonna go give Captain a quick update then.
Okay, thank you.
Yell if you need anything.
Okay.
I've spent
the ship.
I've spent so little time in the library, I'm not even sure if there is a table in there.
There's like computer
you
tables.
said library. Sorry, that makes sense.
I just assumed.
Put it in. Stick that in there. Give it a look. And head up. Talk to Captain.
Down. Device and library. Okay.
Hey, Captain,
Right,
how's
you step onto the bridge.
Permission to enter the bridge?
Of course. Come on in.
How things looking?
Steady. Doing good. How things
had a
upstairs?
Well, they're thanks to Wells, I think they're pretty chill. He still seems to be keeping things straight. One of the passengers asked about the destination and then glitched out a bit, I would say, and then kind of just forgot altogether they were even asking. So
Okay.
that's good, I guess.
Well, thank you, Wells.
Yeah. So Wells sounds like Wells gonna be leaving us in 34 hours or so for good.
He
But in the
dying?
meantime, well, no. I reckon he's some sort of projection from somewhere else. That's sort of what he.
We're getting too
said.
far away.
He said something about the jump kind of messing his vibe up. But he said some weird things, I'll say. And he looks like me. Have you noticed that before?
He looks like you?
I don't know why I didn't notice before, but now last time I was in there, he was a different Wells, my age, and
Well, it's only now that he's near your age that he it's really obvious that he kind of looks like
Okay,
he doesn't
so
have the mustache and stuff.
but I don't know if he rewrote my thoughts or if it was always like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just dawned on me. I don't know how I missed it, but
Huh.
Seems like he might have chosen me as his appearance. I don't know. He gave me all his old clothes, so I guess he won't be needing them.
Wow.
But he's leaving his plant, and he suggested we find a place to put it, and said, you know, I guess we'll know the spot when we see it. But he also said a bit of a prophecy, I reckon. Said a man when a man comes appears before us under some kind of troubling circumstances, and he asked for your help, and that was a little weird, but that we should be wary, but we should not be quick to say no. That's it. That's what I got.
Okay.
So I guess we'll keep that one in the old back pocket until something
right.
that comes together. But if it's coming from Wells, I know better than brush it off. So I guess at this point, speaking of, I guess there was some sort of box attached to the ship, and Wells did his thing and pulled it in for us. And he seems to think that was what was holding us here, caused the misjump. He thinks it was probably meant to prevent a jump, and it somehow didn't do its thing, and we ended up here instead.
I mean,
But
got the best pilot, so.
I mean, well, yeah, I was obviously I'm not down you and Ruya, but yeah, I was kind of wondering how all this happened. I thought things were pretty clean when we started the jump, so
He did tell you what he thought. What the jump happened anyway.
what's that?
Or he did say what he thought.
Right. Here's the thing. He said the ancient one, our friend the ancient one, might have been what was the difference between it blocking our jump and our over jump. Now I don't know what that means. He says the ancient one knows us quite well. I gotta guess that it might be the orb. He sort of gestured like this thing was here, so that's where we're at.
All right. Well, that was an interesting conversation you had.
No doubt, as they tend to be. But he's sleeping right now, but he's very coherent. Much easier to talk to than he's been in the past, so that's something. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean,
He wants to talk to Steruya before he goes, so I let her know that. I showed her the box, so she'll take a look at it. But at least we have an explanation, and at least we have some notion that it won't happen again.
well, that's, I guess, good to hear.
Sounds real good,
I guess
yeah.
it's good that the passengers won't give us 1-star ratings as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Once he's gone, I guess we'll see where we're staying with him. But at least it buys us some time.
That's a good point. We got to get them to write those reviews now.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So, okay, well, I guess we're on our way, and we should definitely try to get any questions answered that we can think of along the way before he's
Yeah,
gone.
it's a good thought. Yep. 34 hours, it says.
Okay.
Lunatic, what's up? Minor few while you still control life support. That's pretty good. So a couple things happening here. I need Steruya in the airlock to make a int mechanic roll. Ooh.
Good morning.
Hey, morning, Doc.
Roman,
Nice roll.
hope you slept well. Nothing happened while you were sleeping, so don't worry about that.
It's fortunate. Had a restless night, but so many unanswered questions from the past week. How's our
Well,
passengers?
Dixon has a couple of answers for you, actually.
Well, let me give you a set of updates. Yeah, I'm really hating this whole shift work thing.
You could just say you update
we need a
me.
crew.
We
I was
need
here.
we need like a log, like, you know. Yeah, I will
Oh,
update
right.
you. We need we
Alright.
need like a
No shit,
Ships-
34
ships
hours. How long ago was it?
Cast exposition.
just a half hour or so.
Alright. Damn, I have so many questions for him. This raises so many things.
Well, now
He's-
you know the next day or so is their time because he's shooting pretty straight right now.
He seemed to not be aware that these first brood he called in, he did not seem to think that they were in our space.
Yeah, he was surprised that they had gotten here. Maybe they had something to do with his people's going away, or they're from his dimension or whatever.
And there's
But,
nothing
yeah,
left
he
of
was
his
surprised.
people.
I mentioned your TV show, and
Right.
he was pretty confused by that.
It's quite strange. His people were entirely gone, it sounds like, from his whatever his
Yeah,
space
right.
is.
He didn't say his
Right,
people
but-
were gone. He said everything was.
Well,
Yeah,
everything.
everything.
I would
And-
assume he.
Because they were
kind,
looking for
at least.
connection, which I don't know how that translates, but
Seems like it takes a lot out of him to manifest in our space. How long has
Yes.
he himself been in our space?
good question.
And why would there be nothing left of where he's from? These things that he's aware of the first brood can clearly traverse between space, different dimensions at that point. Like, how long has all this been going on? The show I discovered is quite old, and from everything I've seen, it's exactly the way that these broods are presented. So the biggest concern I have, he mentioned, you said he was a little weird about Flammarion when he mentioned it, and kind of dropped the subject. So in the show I was watching that I found from that long ago, the people were shown to die in horrific ways, right? Like some movie stuff. I was like, this is alright, this is pretty fake. And then they had the guy talking about how he just died and everything, and it was like, alright, he's talking about what happened, and it was very disjointed, right? But then I noticed something about this person that was quite off. If I had to venture to make a guess, I would have to say that these first brood take over wherever they go. It sounds like they create these. He called it a puppet. Miss Larson.
Yep.
And it seems like they have the capabilities of controlling these people after death. I'm wondering if this video I saw was something along those lines, and this raises more questions. Why? Why would they present it in like a movie? Where did they originally come from? Did they come from Wells Space? I have so many questions for him. I need to go see him before he's gone forever.
Yeah, he asked. I think he wants Steruya to make him one last, good meal. He said it. He said it gave him something whatever, you know.
So he remembered his first meal on board.
Yeah, he seemed to remember everything. He was very put together. Yeah, he one time I mentioned the aliens and the creatures, and he sort of hesitated for a second, like he was recalling it from somewhere, but he knew everything.
Some form of. We've seen some amazing things in this past week, and it seems like these life forms have several stages, if anything, and whales may be no exception to this. If they are indeed from the same place, that would be curious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Perhaps we invite him up here. Didn't we have our first meal with him up here? Away from the passengers?
We've brought him down, yeah.
Or down here?
He was on the bridge. Remember, he was Star Charts.
Let's invite him up again for one last send-off, I guess, if anyone has any or anything to say against that.
It's for me.
No, I think we should bring him up.
It is down though. You guys really should
Down? It's a space, bro.
You guys should really get around
Space.
shit more.
Yeah, we're upside down.
There's no
Down
up
in
or
what
downs.
direction? Yeah. You don't know what point I'm referencing from?
Yeah. Again, I'm doing a handstand right now.
The ecliptic of the solar system, the galactic plane, or the ship's gravity. You gotta choose one of them.
Stay consistent.
I've seen that ancient vid, the Big Lebowski too.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we'll let Steruya know he's looking forward to some noodles.
Yeah, I let her know already.
If you want to, we can skip ahead to that for our next scene. To you serving a meal with him or whatever. It's up to you guys how you want to handle that. And I'll give you a few moments to think about it because we're going on break. We'll be right back.
All right.
All right, we're back. Had a nice little break there. Hope everybody back home did as well. Let's go ahead and get right back into it. You guys were discussing what the next scene would be that you wanted to go ahead and explore. So let's go ahead and do that. What are you looking to do before you get to the gas giant? Because otherwise, if you don't want to do anything, I'm just going to skip to the gas giant. But you said you wanted to have some kind of meal with Wells and all that, so...
I believe we would like to have some sort of send-off for Mr. Wells / interrogation.
We were going to invite him down to our
Nice.
quarters.
Getting-
I'm now standing on my feet and not doing a handstand, so.
Lobby.
Okay, what time would you like to do that or whatever?
7:30.
Okay. I don't know what time it is now. That sounds like a good time.
Now is 7:30.
Okay, well let's do it at 7:30.
Okay, so give me 1 second.
But yeah, we let Steruya know that he was looking forward to her meal that she had prepared his first night. And of course Roman would offer to help any way possible.
All right, so the only thing I need to know is who's going to be manning the bridge, because you're... Basically, this will be 2 hours into the next watch, so ending Ryder's second watch that he took.
I can, since I already talked to Wells.
Hey Dixon, I'm gonna go chat with Wells with Roman. See what he has to say. Why don't you take over the bridge?
Yeah, no problem. Save me some noodles and give an idea at Wells for me, will you?
Absolutely, I'll bring you some noodles.
Okay. It is now 7:10 p.m. on Thursday, 11:05:088. Our camera goes to follow Steruya at this moment. What are you doing, Steruya?
Making drinks.
Okay.
Alcoholic variety?
Mostly just teas and coffees and things like that.
Okay, so Steruya kind of sets a table, various beverages. In the interim time, I would assume you would have prepared the dish, so we can make you do your steward role for that. You can just do an int steward. And I'd like to know who's doing the call to get Wells down. Okay.
I said I can call him since Dixon's in the bridge.
That would have been just an average roll too, so you didn't fail it by that much. All right. You're gonna go ahead and call him? You chime,
Roman, man, the sensors.
You chime up his stateroom on intercom. A couple seconds go by as it kind of beeps, and then a voice comes over. Now older than the child that you had previously heard. Of course, Dixon already told you all this, but you haven't heard it yet. And if anything, he sounds tired. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Wells, it's Roman.
Oh, please, just call me Jonathan. It's good to
Jonathan.
hear your voice again, Roman.
You too, my friend. A little different sounding as before. Little different than last time. If I could talk. We were wondering though if you would like to join us down here for a meal. We have gotten Steruya to prepare this dish you had on your first night with us. Dixon has informed me of your soon departure.
Certainly, I'll join you. How soon?
About 20 minutes we'll be serving.
All right. I'll be down.
All right.
Don't
Looking
worry.
forward to it.
I'm quite punctual.
This I know of you.
And then
But
it
I'll
cuts
see
out.
you soon, my friend. All right. You'll be here at 7:30.
He already cut out.
I was talking to y'all.
Oh, okay.
I said he'll
Perfect.
be here.
I thought you were in a different room.
I don't know where I am actually in the ship. I didn't think about it. Looks like I'm on the bridge.
Yeah, you're like
We'll
in
go with
between the bridge door and the crew commons there, so.
So yeah, y'all both could have heard me.
Yeah, you're definitely within earshot if that door is open, which it looks like it is, so.
Well, I'm ready for some sterulia cooking.
Stay Palooza.
Yep. Ready for the sterulia palooza.
Well, the sausage bits are a bit burnt, but it should pass.
Everything passes in the end.
Hope you like a little
We're
black on
out
your
the
meat.
end. Oh.
I take a shot. of my drink.
Better than
And
I
I'll
had in the
sit down.
foxholes in the desert.
Better than what? Better than
Than I had in the foxholes in the desert.
you were in the desert.
The MREs.
You spent time in the
we
desert.
fought in the desert back in the army.
Is this true?
Yeah.
I never ate a
Slave.
fox before.
It's probably like dog if you think about it. So very similar.
Dog's pretty good.
You fought in the desert. That's rough. I never knew you were on the boots on the ground type. I
Yep.
always just saw you out here in the stars.
Yeah, back before I met you.
Hmm.
I was a grunt.
You a grunt. Wow.
Front lines in the army, yep.
Look at you now. Basically a star captain.
Yeah, well. We see how that's going so far, right?
I'll cheers to that. We're alive. And I'll shoot. And then I'll pass my flask
That's,
over.
yeah, true. Doesn't get much better than being alive and in space, right?
Both good things, I guess. We're very far from anyone that knows us.
Yeah, it's usually a good thing when it comes to me, I don't know. Oh, yeah.
I mean, we do owe a lot of money, so it's probably a good thing for all of us.
Yeah. Well, I think Wells is going to help us keep our good reputation. We got to get
Hopefully.
those reviews written. We got to get those reviews done
Before he
before
leaves.
Wells leaves. Yep.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that happens.
Don't worry, I've basically filled them all out. I just need the passengers to sign.
Just to sign it. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Says we had very good time on the Vagabond. Everything was A-okay.
A-okay.
They weren't missing a low berth passenger at all.
Exactly.
Nothing weird.
No bugs.
Definitely didn't find
It's
any
very
alien
clean.
bugs. Yeah.
No psychics on our boat.
No, there was not a single bug or psychic. No missed jumps.
Everything went
No
according
problems.
to plan.
Knew where I wanted to go, even though I didn't know where I wanted to go.
Anticipated my needs. See, it's about how you worded it.
Exactly.
Seeing very
Exactly.
far beautiful sights. On the budget.
Hey, you didn't pay for a 21 jump trip either, so you're getting a
Exactly.
good deal here, guy.
That's a discount if you ask me. You got a slight deal.
It's only one jump. It just took you 25 hexes. 25%.
That's true.
No, they can say, hell for a viewer been in one jump.
Yeah.
They'll probably win most of the time. That was pretty far.
A 25 hex jump, that's fucking expensive. You got a really good deal. So shut
We all
up.
did, I guess, yeah. Yeah, so shut up. Quit complaining.
As your conversation between you begins to fizzle out a little bit, and you're sitting there having drinks, kind of not like fizzle out, but just like the little, the low that happens every 5 minutes or so in a conversation begins. You hear the sound of the elevator lowering, and kind of look over at the time readout on that's projected on one of the walls, and it is now. There we go. 7:40. So he's late.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
He comes down the elevator, and you can see as he steps into the space there with you, an old man.
Mr. Wells.
Hello. It is a pleasure to see you all again. This time he seems different, just weary, tired. And he sits down at the table, at the same chair that he sat down the first meal that he had in here with you. Smells wonderful, Stayroya. I very much appreciate it.
Certainly, my friend.
Well, shall we dig in a bit, I suppose?
Please, enjoy.
And he'll start eating like a normal person would.
Okay.
Yeah, sit down and eat.
Yeah, I'll definitely eat. I'll,
Me too.
back where I grew up, not many people really, we didn't cook much. There was like some things that we would do to make things ourselves, like it was mainly the Astro burgers that were on my planet, that we got fresh hot food from most of the time. Anything that we made our own was just from things you could get from an Astro burger menu. So it wasn't ever really that special when you made it at home. It was just kind of leftovers. Anything that you got that was fresh and hot came from one of these places. So a lot of times we spent as families eating in these filthy little fast food places, but it's good having a family I can share some hot food with. It is better than that by a mile, I'll say. So thank you, Steruya, and the rest of you too.
When you say that, Jonathan will kind of tip his bowl up in a gesture like this, like he'll bow at the same time as holding up the bowl towards you, Stayruya. And he will say, yes, this kind of stilting, paused for a moment. I appreciate that the ritualized gathering and social connections made over the intake of your nutrition is unique. Not among your kind, of course, but others. It's fascinating. Did you know that there are many monoforms that excrete or remove waste through the same orifice in which they eat? You've seen this yourself in many species on your worlds. Crabs, I believe, do this as well. species of intelligence that exhibit this trait. It's almost like he's getting really, really tired the more he speaks. Often eat in private. I suppose it makes sense when you collectively think about society and the structure of cleanliness. It is you warm bloods that typically socialize while surrounding meals. And he'll tuck in, eating more food. Just kind of listening to you guys.
Then he regurgitates a month's worth of food. All just everywhere, like The Exorcist.
Oh man.
Yep. Amen.
I'll finish my meal. Joseph, I did have a few questions for you before you left us.
Certainly, Roman. What can I help you with? He doesn't appear quite as old as he appeared the first time you met him, but he still appears old.
Okay.
Just for context.
Okay, cool. Does he look? Dixon told us that he was looking like him. So, can I look and can I see like old Dixon?
He does not look anything like Dixon.
Wow. Okay.
Not to you.
What does he look like?
I need you to make an intellect roll.
All right. I'm trying to see Dixon in this guy, and I'm like, I just can't.
Yeah, Dixon did ask me earlier.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Well, it's success. Okay, hold on, let me roll. Not exactly like, but reminds you very much of somebody you once knew that you were friends with a long time ago.
Can I see what it looks like for me?
Sure, make an intellect if anybody wants to try and like.
Oh well, I'm
really
dumb,
concentrate
but I'll
on
try.
That's
It's
good
probably
roll.
not happening.
Oh, one under, I think.
Just looks like kind of the same guy he always did.
Yeah.
A little bit younger than he did when he first boarded. A fair bit older than he did when you saw him as a kid.
Rome was a little in the middle of talking, and in the middle of me realizing that, I kind of just like derailed.
Sure.
You know? But I collect myself relatively quickly, and I just look at him, I just said, your existence raises so many more questions than I ever knew I had.
You're not centered, by the way, on your frame.
I'm leaning forward, yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you say that, he will say, that's a funny way of putting it, I suppose. I would say the same to you.
I'm glad we find each other mutually interesting, I guess. So,
by this time, he's finished eating and pushes the single bowl away. He does not take a second bowl of food.
Interesting.
Huh. Thank you, Stay Ruya, once again.
I, on the other hand, will take a second bowl of food.
Yeah.
These,
it's amazing.
I wish to understand these first brood more. I feel as though they are somewhat of a threat to existence. And I do not... I discovered something. Dixon mentioned the television program to you. Not sure how much you really know, but this was discovered in our archives from 200 years before, and it seems to be presented as fiction. But when I take a closer examination here, and I pull up on my pad, and I'll show him the guy before he was killed and then during the interview, and I'll say, I noticed this about
he is
one
not
of the...
him.
It's what I thought. Is he not him in the same way that Miss Larson was not Miss Larson?
Yes.
These puppets that you refer to
It is
as
strange
Miss
to me
Larson.
that you have such a hard time seeing it.
Hard time? What can you see beyond the... All I can see is the physical.
What
On
do
the
you see
exterior.
in this physical?
It looks like a bad hologram version of the person it's representing. Like, it's not quite exactly that person, but it's very close. Like, there's a reason why it's... I had a suspicion, but I could not tell exactly.
This one
It seems...
has, and he lists an enormous number. Like, it's so quickly said that you can, like, barely follow the number. And then points to him, hairs. This one has, and then another enormous number, hairs. This one has, and he listed an even larger number, switching into scientific notation, cells. And he just keeps going. And, like, it's almost like the kind of data you would get from, like, a scanner, right?
Yeah. I fear these... Sorry?
We do not possess the ability to count individual hairs.
It's a lot of information for one of our minds.
He does turn to you
process.
at that and looks you up and down for a moment. How do you know you have them all?
They come and go. I don't count.
Very alien.
Like a lot.
Very alien, he said. I'll take another shot. Roman's gonna take a shot. These brood seem to have the ability to... So, if I'm to understand their life cycles correctly, some sort of queen will possess a body of something, another organism, that they can then control.
No. They build their own.
This is... Oh. What happens to the original? Is it consumed?
I believe they are, placed elsewhere.
Oh, shit. Okay, so Miss Larson's body is somewhere else on our ship, apparently.
I do believe that they must remain alive in order to be properly puppeted.
Like, there's a link?
Yes. It is across what you would call jump space. It is, your ancient scientist described it. I've read many of your works now. I believe he called it spooky action at a distance, hilariously. An Einstein. Predates your jump drives. Entanglement. Quite simple concept, really.
They recreate a clone that's entangled on the subatomic level with its original?
Just the mind.
Just the mind.
This
If
is
the
how they know
clone is
to move
destroyed...
and speak and breathe.
If the clone is destroyed, does the original remain?
Yes. I'm not certain what happens to them, though. You understand, this is... It's getting, like, tighter and tighter as he speaks. So you can see, like, his eyes even drooping and stuff some. This is, your kind are quite alien. The first that I've truly begun to understand. Before your eyes, he is becoming the Wells you saw first board the ship. For those of you that saw him as just Wells. For those of you that rolled else, he still looks like a much older version of the person that he seems to appear like to you. Dixon, you're not in there, so it doesn't really matter.
Wills, a few more things, please. I'll be
Certainly.
brief. These brood, are they from the same space as you and your kind?
Oh no, quite far away from one another. You might describe it as poles on a magnet. I am from
Right,
one and they are from the other. And you
I can understand.
sit in between.
What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, Wills.
And
Take
you are
another shot.
referring to different dimensions of existence.
You are quite young. Not
There's a lot
dimensions,
for
no.
us to discover, I feel.
Oh.
But from our limited perspective, space is the best word to describe what this is. But, so Trosif,
Within each space, there are a number of dimensions that can be perceived and measured, though they are not always the same. What you speak of is beyond that. It is a fold between these places, the ripples of which echo across all of them. And this is what you call jump space. Your people are beginning to understand all of this. It is understood by some of your greatest scientists. I have read their
Yo-
works.
your world is gone? There's nothing left where you're from?
My world is long gone.
Can it be rebuilt,
Though
or
we
is
do
it
not
just
think of
depleted?
We do not think of time the same way you do, but my world, from your perspective, has been gone since before yours even existed.
How long have you existed in? Have you existed outside of your world? All
We
that
do not
time?
think of time the same way you do.
See, I have so many more, honestly, but the ancient one on our ship you referred to,
Yes,
are you in communication with him right now?
when they speak, it is not a him.
Is it a being?
I suppose you could use those terms. It once was, certainly. It once was more than a being. You're still not
Was
certain.
is it a collective of a society?
More of a reflection of many, not a society. Fewer than that.
Can you talk to it for us?
I can try, but it doesn't respond. It just... Well, it does sometimes. For lack of a better term, I believe I annoyed it the first time I got those answers.
I feel as though I am on the verge of that myself. But
Well, conserve your energy. But I would like to know, where are you going?
I suppose you would think of it as home. You have other words. Entropy.
back into the cosmos.
We don't think of time the same way you do. It is difficult to explain.
This is fair.
From your perspective, I will no longer exist. From my own, it will be like delivering a final letter to an old friend. Letter
Would you
long
try?
written.
Oh. Would you try and
Lipstar
ask
Hopper.
this ancient one what he wants, or what it wants?
I don't even need to ask it that. It's already told me 1,000 times. I believe
What
we
is
even
this?
spoke of it slightly. It just wants to... It says to seek the others.
The others like it.
As far as I understand, I believe it seeks out 2 individual orbs such as itself.
Is it aware of its purpose?
I'm not sure it even knows it has a purpose, though I believe it has one. These people that built these, that are these, they used...
He looks around the room, kind of points over to some of the screens. The one against the wall here, or at the table, the projection of the time on the wall, etc.
These are all operated by your computers, your machines. They move bits of data around by transmitting electrons across thin bits of conductor and storing this information in a coded material, sometimes a crystalline structure. Little rods of data that can be passed between you and moved around. This data manipulated into operating your sensors and storage and telemetry and star charts, as well as anything else that you might wish. The ones that built this, they did not have what you would think of as computers. They did not move data this way. No, they did not need it. They stored it all in the mind. And when the data needed to be saved beyond one's life, several would give theirs to store it more. When navigating their ships, when traversing the great blackness out there, they would operate in this way. They didn't have what you would call astrogation machinery or sensors. They would use their minds and simple, I believe you call them telescopes, for most of their calculations. This data would be transferred between them freely. The greater the number that they are together, the more,
and he kind of looks for the word,
computational power available.
They were psychics.
Yes, I am a bit beyond that, though. You may consider the psionic gifts some of your people have to be a leftover, an echo, a ripple in a pond. Something similar, but something that touches the same areas.
he kind of smiles.
But not the same thing exactly. Whereas your minds reach out and touch things, reach out and push and pull. Their minds were there, in the mists, in the in-between. Which is why when together they formed this bond, this entanglement. But the first thing that must be accomplished is a physical contact for the entanglement to begin. And then it is forever. They are long gone now. As per your understanding of time, anyway. I believe the ones left here are part of one of those structures. An astrogation unit. Though I'm not certain what they point to.
The one in our possession is an astrogation unit specifically, you think?
I believe.
How do you read it? Do you need to have this psionic ability?
I think in order to access it, yes, you must communicate with them on their terms. I warn you, though, it is loud. And I don't mean loud in the way that hurts your ears. I mean loud in the way that shakes your mind.
It's many voices?
I would say probably 100 or so.
The repository of information gleaned from the minds of over 100?
They are more than information.
Computational power, like you said, I guess.
Think of it as a spike of living data.
It's fascinating, Joseph. Would
He
you
looks
be
down
able
at his
to
bowl
access?
to see if there's anything left in it and kind of pushes it away.
Do you want
Oh,
more?
no.
There's more.
No, thank you. Quite full. I grow weary, but I could try to ask them, though I believe they're incapable of delivering any such information in terms that we would understand. Even myself, and my greatest state of power, is incapable of comprehending the gibberish that they spew. It is I believe necessary to bring them all together in order for it to be understandable. They always
We just
worked
have a
in
part of-
threes.
See, so we only have a part of a map, basically.
I believe it is like you have the data without the translation algorithm to speak it, to see it.
Then I
It's a
will
bit-
not put you through that.
It's a bit like reading a map from behind the map.
Please don't waste less of your energy on it.
As far as I can understand, each of the orbs represents one of 3 dimensions in space. Your space. And this is how they work together to triangulate. I am also confused about how this works. I believe that information was transmitted to each of the orbs.
They can
Bye.
communicate.
Well, they are always communicating one way or another.
Each other.
I believe that they can. Though I'm not certain exactly how it works, you understand?
Of course.
Do you have any
To
other
get them back
questions?
together.
A million questions, but I have a lot to
I'm
think
afraid
of.
I cannot answer a million questions.
Of course. Joseph, can I take you back to your room? Unless, like, do you need assistance or anything? Is all I'm offering.
Oh, I am fine. Thank you very much for the drink, Roman.
Referring to the
course.
first drink you gave him, not anything today because he hasn't taken any. He
I'll
stands up.
offer again. I kind of hold my flask out to him.
Let's hold up his hand.
Oh, one is enough, I'm afraid. One is
I
enough.
wish that were true, friend. And I'll take another.
He'll smile at the corner of one side of his mouth and begin to step towards the doorway, towards the elevator to head up.
I believe this will be the last time we speak. If you have any further questions or messages for me, now would be the time.
Puts his hand
It's
on the
been a-
elevator and it comes down and he steps into it and puts his finger on the button to go back up to the floor.
Wait, I'm gonna
but
give him a
holds it.
hug.
Okay, well, he'll hug you.
Farewell,
It's a
Mr.
Pleasure
Wells.
meeting you, my friend.
Your social constructs are alien but
Been great.
funny. I enjoy them very much. Thank you for the time we have spent together. You have been my home. And I believe, on some level, I might have helped you. Perhaps not yet. We will see.
We shall, I
And
guess.
he'll pat you on the back and
Oh yeah, speaking of that, Wells, can you make sure that the passengers give us good reviews?
That's
I'm
right.
afraid I have very little control over them after I am gone.
Will they be okay when you're gone, you said? You won't have control?
I have specifically, and though I understand after reading some of your philosophy, it is perhaps an immoral act for others. I have removed a section of their memory and replaced it with a request from them all and a vote to transport here far, far away.
I gotta pull the map again to pull up the name of the system because I can't remember which one it is.
Hilarious. Asterion. Asseltine?
No, I mean, Asseltine was where they were originally supposed to go.
We are in the Gabriel.
They voted unanimously to change their destination to what you would call the fist system. It seemed the most logical point on your star charts to get them back home.
We appreciate your help with that. It's been
I am
rough.
fairly certain they
Yes,
won't
thank
give you
you.
any review at all. Though they may not remember the trip very distinctly. They've all been given a core drive to return to their home in Asseltine. Though for some, this might take quite a while to play out.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Wells.
Hold on.
Yes,
Stay
thank you
real,
very
yeah.
much.
Speaking of philosophy and goodbyes, you were the first to give me something, the first of your kind. So let me be the last of mine to give you something. And he hands you a small book.
Oh, wow.
A book?
A book, a physical bound book. It looks like it's bound. It's like actual paper. It's laminated paper. The cover of the book is kind of like slightly spongy and kind of, it's not like leather bound or anything like that. It's like modern materials. It's almost shiny. On it, the book is an item. It is in the party sheet if you want to look at it there.
Holy shit. Aw. What? Who wrote that? That's as Nietzsche and Plato walk into a starport.
Nice.
That's funny.
See the
Mr.
details on the
Wells.
book there if you want to. It has item details and stuff as well.
I have one more concern for you, Mr. Wells, before you go.
Yes.
These first brood, do they tend to take over places they've kind of started making puppets in?
I believe their ultimate goal is not something so nefarious as any of that, so much as it is simply to reproduce and feed. They do so on the most available energy source. Sometimes that is a body, I believe, and sometimes it is a bit of radiation.
Do you think
Speck of
their
cosmic
world-
dust? Could be many things.
You think their world is gone as well?
It's quite possible. Though I am surprised they are here at all. I'm uncertain how they were able to move from their place to this one, he says with a little bit of confusion. They are... how would you say this? Dumber than animals. They are unintelligent life. They are similar
Like
to
plants?
well, not all plants. He gives a little smile. But most, yes. They are a simple, single-celled organism that, despite themselves, comes together with increased complexity the more of them there are. I'm uncertain what really causes this or how any of it works. All I know is that they are dangerous and, on some level, quite beautiful. Efficient. Perhaps the greatest storage medium of energy ever created. Though what created them, I suspect, is just the universe itself. My kind first encountered them long before your space even existed from your perspective on time. Long after ours. There was a moment of scattering, and we saw them no more. Strange that they would come here now. Strange.
You are the last of your kind?
I suppose it depends on how you look at it. In your frame of time, my kind doesn't exist. So by that measure, I am less than last. Am I own? I am all of us.
Will you exist again? For us?
We do not think of time in the same ways. It is hard to answer this question.
This is fair. I'm not sure what I asked.
You can plant my seed. Perhaps something will change.
In dirt, just like a normal plant.
It will grow where things grow.
We will take care of this.
Thank you.
Oh, do you think Flammarian's in danger?
I think everywhere is in danger.
Of the brood? Now that they're here?
Could be, or it could just be yourselves.
You think Miss Larson's real body is back on Flammarian alive still?
Almost certainly.
Mr. Wells, Joseph, I'm so fortunate to have crossed paths with you in life. Please enjoy the next step on your journey. I have to go write a letter.
He'll just nod at that.
It is my pleasure, all of you.
And he'll just go up the elevator.
Have a good trip.
Just before you see the elevator close, there's this like kind of flash of light, but you don't know what it is.
I got
Shit,
an idea what it is.
biosignatures. I'm gonna go rush to a console and just send a. Oh fuck! How does this gonna work? How do I do this? Do I have to find an expo?
I don't know what this is. You have to tell me more information.
Sorry,
If you want to write a letter to Flareon, then yeah.
Flammarian. Yeah, about Miss
Flammarian.
Larson. I gotta reach out to.
So you need to write a message basically to an individual that you have like the keys to get to,
Contacted.
basically, right? Like
So,
contact information for.
I'm
And
definitely
then
gonna send
You're
it.
basically sending a letter off. Now, depending on where you're at, let me go to the main view here. Depending on where you're at and how you're sending it or whatever, can change a couple of things. But let's just use the real example that we have here of you being in Gabriel and you trying to send this message. So if you look on the map there,
Yeah.
in the depressed subsector, you can send it, but it will go on like little private boats until it gets to all the way to one of the green lines, at which point it could get pushed onto an X boat and make its way up there. The time in between, how long it takes for the mail to get moved between. So first of all, in order to have digital mail sent at all, they have to have special equipment on the ship, and they have to be like licensed and stuff to carry it, basically. And so it could go months before the letter even moves from one star system until you get to the green lines, which are the X-Boat mains, right? Where the people are actually like, that's basically your Pony Express mail service. In which case, those lines represent, a couple weeks each, for the X-Boat to refuel and do all its stuff and get moving from system to system. And so at best, it's going to be months before you get a message up there. At worst,
We're
it could
going
be more
to
than a year.
Fist.
Yeah,
We're
we're going
going
to
to
Fist,
Fist.
so it'd be fastest if we took it to Fist and then had it delivered
Yeah.
from there.
That's almost
Okay,
guaranteed. That
exactly.
could save you literally almost a year's time, depending on what happens, right?
All right. I'm definitely going to just start writing it out then.
You're basically in the middle of a swamp right now in terms
Yeah.
of like
Terrible place to
nothing
learn.
comes in or out. The mail don't run here, you know. You
Mhm.
know?
Yeah, get it out on a piece of paper before we die in this gas giant we're about to get scooped from.
Exactly.
Yeah, you do need to roll. It rolls for it. It ain't easy.
Mm-hmm. I'm scared.
That's cool.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Well, I
We could
didn't.
always buy unrefined fuel for cheap at the station.
We should have bought it from those fucking Sarlaccs.
Sarlaccs.
From the Sarlaccs. Yep. You should have bought it from the Sarlaccs.
Sarlaccs? Really? I was
The
thinking
fucking
Gorn
giant Star
at
Wars
best.
Gorn.
Yeah, they look a lot more like Gorn.
Oh,
right?
God.
The word doesn't.
The word does.
The word
You're right.
Samsonite. I was way off. Yeah, J5. I was getting some Arrival vibes too.
That's funny.
You guys are way better than my high school buddies.
Yeah, that was funny.
All right, I'm just waiting on Venom to come back, and I
Nice.
am looking at some information here to pull up about the piloting stuff that we have to do here. But I closed the book. Damn it.
I'm going to finish up my letter.
Okay. So tell me what you're putting in this letter. How exactly are you writing it? Like, what's the?
I'm addressing it.
Yeah, who's it going to? What's the the
Yeah.
tone of the letter? All that. How much data are you putting in it?
So it's like one of Jester's sending spells. No.
Oh God.
Are you pooping? No, it's going to, what is those guys? The Sword Alliance dudes, the Star Knights.
I'm lost. I don't know who we're talking about at all now.
The people we took a job from.
Thanks for the follow, Melody. Really appreciate it.
Hey, the people we took the job from for they were like, can you get Wells off the planet for us? The
The Scout Services.
Scout Services. I'm gonna address it to those guys.
You said Star Knights. I was like, I don't know what is. I don't know where we're at now.
Dear Star Knights.
Dear Star Knights.
The big
Oh,
galaxy.
yeah.
I'm sure there are Star Knights in it somewhere.
It's fair. It's fair. I just don't know who to send the letter to. Okay.
Yeah, the Scout Services. And I'm gonna let them know. It's gonna be, my tone is gonna be pretty formal and urgent.
Mhm.
I'm used to writing like what do you call them, like published papers, so that's not gonna be too hard for Roman to sound official. But it's gonna basically shit. How do we not sell ourselves out for like
Well, I'm asking the question. I want to
I
know what you're
know.
gonna say.
shit? Okay. I'm gonna be like, we have reason to believe that the true identity or the true body of wow, I want to call him Mary Larson, but that's not her name, is it?
Corey Larson.
Corey Larson.
Yeah.
May be in distress and held somewhere on Flammarion.
Okay.
We would appreciate any updates on anything discovered on the matter, and hope that everything's going okay over there for you guys. I think that's pretty good.
Watch your bags.
Watch your fucking backs.
Like literally turn around. There may be a mutant inside. Correct.
I'm spitting acid on y'all.
Got it.
I think that's it.
All right. So let's go ahead then and move forward.
Into the gas giant.
To the gas
Into-
giant, yeah.
Future.
Hopefully not into it, but to some degree, a little
What?
bit into it, because you gotta get.
That's what we're supposed to do. Ah!
You gotta scoop up.
That's how
some
we
fuel, So
scoop.
you do gotta ram it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Head on.
So I'm gonna go ahead and push the. Hold on 1 second.
You pushing? I gotta get to the bridge.
Get to the bridge.
All right, Dixon. Is it time?
Dixon's not
Are we-
pushing. Yeah, no.
So Roman learned a lot.
Okay. Bit of time has passed by. Is there anything anybody else would like to do before the refueling and stuff begins? I will say this because there are quite a few hours in between. There are probably a few times where you actually go up and check on the passengers and provide food to them. Their demeanor seems to have changed slightly after Wells has left. They're more normal, if anything, but they do seem to have this kind of confusion about like their destination and all this stuff still, but they don't really mention it very much. Wells's stateroom is completely empty. There's nothing in there at all. He's just gone. You don't see anything remaining of his at all, and in fact, the clothing that he was wearing, can't find it anywhere. Doesn't seem like it's anywhere on the ship at all. You spend hours and hours looking through all this and doing any repairs or preparation you want to for refueling, because it was like 130 total hours to get there, and you spent like 30 of those hours dealing with the well stuff and hanging out, and like 100 hours after that. So that we're talking about what happens in this 100 hours basically before you get to the gas giant proper. But within that, there's no difficulty in actually getting to it. You already made those piloting rolls. So if anybody wants to do anything or make any preparations before you start doing this stuff, let me know at which point. Otherwise, we're going to have to get straight to the rolling.
I'll catch Dixon up. Roman's kind of like been like a lot of times when Roman's like brainstorming shit, Dixon's been there and has bounced off ideas. So Roman's kind of like going to tell him all the stuff that he learned from Wells. And
okay. Catch him up since he wasn't at the dinner.
Yeah. I'm also going to kind of confide in him that the thought of Corey Larson out there is like really kind of keeping me up right now.
You did what you could. It's up to the Spacer Guild now.
The Space Knights better be as paladin-y as they sound.
I see plans within plans.
Other than taking care of the passengers and doing repairs, I wanted to take a look at that box.
Okay. That's totally fine. We can do that in the interim. That makes a lot of sense to handle. Let me pull this up. Drag it down.
Break it down. God, we're so fucking far from anything. We just got to the gas giant. Took us a day and a half.
And then on the passengers, they all voted and wanted to go to Fist, so we had to take them.
Perfect. Good shit. Good
130 hours. That's like 5 days.
Oh, it was 130 hours to get to the gas giant?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So we just went through, in today's session, we went through the same amount of time that we've gone through the entire previous 5 sessions.
Yeah,
Almost.
That's Traveller for you. That's Traveller for
Traveller
you right there.
is weird. Oh my god. It's even
it does
funnier
handle
though.
in a different way, right? The way
It's
time
even
works
funnier
and
how
stuff.
far we traveled in that week though too, right? Like we ended up spending like a really long time in the setting or in that moment, but then literally we went really far too. Like
that's fair. Yeah.
Weird ass fucking system.
Alright,
Man, we
let me
went
use
far.
this
Time
up.
flies when you're talking to Wells.
Shit, man, I have
or
no
maybe
more
not.
questions. I was thinking about how like the DM shit for him must have been like crazy, right? Like how much does it blow your mind just reading about what he is, right? And then having to reveal all the shit slowly. That's so cool. And I know there's shit we don't know. Like,
You have part of the picture. You don't have it all.
you got a third of the map.
Part of the map.
We need 2 more balls.
All right, here we go. I'm setting this up. Sorry.
It's 2 more psychic balls. Psionic balls. Man, those things are crazy as fuck.
Oh, the orbs.
Mm.
It's taking me a minute to figure out what you were talking about.
Now I wonder if those bug things were like a completely like what kind of encounter that was. Were those related to Wells at all, or if that just happened to coincide? Like that's
Yeah.
because they reacted as well with the orb, obviously, because our fucking smuggler's hold is in. How are we gonna? We can't fix that kind of damage. Like
I can fix it.
you can't fix.
I can fix it.
It was literally like
I can fix it.
Not only can you not fix it with the tools that we have, but if you showed anybody, A, you're showing them our smuggler's hold, and B, they're gonna be like, what the fuck were you carrying that went off in here and did this? Our door doesn't close anymore on the smuggler's hold.
That's just
Our
a door. It's just
Our
bent. I
brand
can
new
fix it.
fucking ship, bro. Our brand new fucking ship. A week into owning it, there's blood and guts
Brand
all
new.
over my
This thing's
med bay.
25 years old.
That's so new. Are you kidding me? The ship we were in before was
Last
200
one was
years
200.
old. Yeah, dude.
Same age
That's
as
so
the
new.
video files you found.
That shit's off the lot.
All right.
What?
So, do you see the
What?
investigate the sabotage device?
No,
Task
you
chain?
can't just do that.
You can hide that one now. You don't need to see that one.
Where?
go.
What?
The task chain. Under task chains.
Oh.
Oh, I do. I do now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can do that in any way you want to, stay really up. It doesn't have to all be you. Anybody can make any of these rolls, but those are the ones that are going to be necessary to figure out what you're dealing with here. The first thing is pulling it apart in such a way that you're able to actually discern information from it, which is going to be a mechanics int roll. You're able to get it. It's not an easy task, though. It takes you. Remember, this is all taking place over this last 100 hours, right? So, I'm gonna say pulling it apart in such a way that it doesn't essentially self-destruct, not explode, but fall apart in such a way that you can't tell what's going on. Probably takes the better part of a day, a whole day of work on it. Just you plugging away at this thing, and it's pretty much a pain in the ass, but you do manage to get through it after actually having to essentially take some scans of it and essentially even submerge part of it in a neutral fluid so you can find out properties of its mass and volume and stuff, and have to wait for it to dry, and there's just so much involved in the process that
Sounds like opening up a PS4.
it was really it was really involved, but you managed to get it opened up. You managed to get in there and look at the components and get an idea for them without anything falling apart or self-destructing, as far as you can tell. In order to actually figure out what you're looking at on the inside here, it's going to require a difficult intellect investigation roll.
Well, I'm gonna get Mr. Matthews' help with that because I am not an investigator.
Okay, so as I said, this is going to take place over the last 100 hours or so it can be at any point within that kind of period of time that you have come together with Dixon here to try and determine anything. Dixon, how does this investigation find you?
Well, if you just mean where I'm at, I guess I'll be chilling in our crew lounge with Mishka.
Okay. So at some point in the middle of all of that, you're hanging out in the crew lounge, Sterulia calls you over to investigate the now taken apart and splayed out and very neatly organized rows, the sabotage device, pulled down by Joseph.
Well, there was that whole business with the Link Standard, and we were there for so many hours, and we were loading cargo, and someone could have slipped through. Would have taken them a little time to put it on the ship. Let's investigate.
Oh, there you go.
Good roll.
There you go.
plus
I
7 success, plus 7 effect.
I was gonna say, don't forget you got a floating boon if you want to use it anytime.
Please.
There you go, please. For an investigate.
Boon.
All right, so you rolled a
Why does
17
he need
on
3
2d6.
6s?
So yeah,
Should've
so
went 3d6.
sure it wasn't 3d6. It would be if you had a boon. Yeah, I'll do this so you can have the information delivered in the way that you want to yourself, Mr. Dixon.
Interesting. I don't have the information yet. I'm just coming. Dixon's coming to it. Gears are churning.
Ears are churning.
Possibilities being eliminated.
Is that what that smoke coming out of your ears is?
Notes being correlated.
Does
Ears are grinding.
Dr. Bohr have engineering or just electronics?
No engineer.
Just
Got
electronics.
Three forms
Let
of
me know when you've
electronics.
read all that, and I'll go ahead and remove it.
And
I have
4 forms of science.
So smart.
So I'm gonna
I love this character. He's fun.
I'm gonna pull up the intercom or the comms.
Okay.
Yeah, I've gone through this device. It's definitely laying. They some of the components are standard chips and shit they use. Interestingly, this the reason we didn't find it, it's got some sort of stealth module. I hate to say it, but I think it implicates Saber.
Oh, fuck.
Who are you talking to? Just over the comms to.
Whoever's awake, I guess.
All right, I guess I'll hear it then too. Fucking Saber.
Yeah. I don't know what that means if they're working together, but that's what I got.
Essentially the same stealth compound used on the crates, on the auto pistols that were presumably stolen or produced at a stolen naval facility.
Would the Saber technology explain why Wells didn't think that this could be Ling's? Or is their technology that far advanced that we don't even know?
Sorry, what was that?
I think basically what he's saying is that it's built by Saber using Ling's parts.
Well, I think the use of the so many Ling parts, whereas obviously there's competing alternatives, would imply that Ling was likely involved, based on my investigation.
Yes.
I guess,
At very minimal, that means Saber and Ling are work together sometimes.
I guess what I was asking was kind of like, is that why Wells reacted? He's like, Ling couldn't have made this. Is that because of Saber's tech? Their tech is that advanced?
He said he didn't think it was theirs.
Okay, so
But
that
you didn't
okay.
know.
So I'll just assume it's because they're working with Saber too. Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting how that would fit together, but they must have been trying to hold us there while they could scramble a ship,
So you know what?
to intercept us.
It means that the bugs were not placed by Ling. The bugs were doing something completely independent.
Yeah, that could have just been damn bad luck.
It seems like it was still... Were the eggs in the crate placed after we took off or before? Right? Like... Were they here just for Wells?
Didn't the queen put the eggs in the crate?
I don't know if she put them in the crate before the crates were loaded or after. I guess it could have been after, because they have a pretty quick hatching cycle if you show them the right light. So I guess it's safe to assume the queen was just hitching a ride. But according to Wells, they have to keep the host body alive. That seems like a lot of effort. I mean, I guess if you're trying to smuggle yourself. So many questions.
Yeah, but they did say they're not really like until it's not like they have a plan. It's a plot. It's just like they just try to.
So
they're just infiltrators.
Right, for life. They follow energy, I guess.
So I would.
Wells
I would
must have
think
been a source of...
species like that would be hard to use as a weapon.
Maybe
probably.
Wells was a source of energy for these things.
Could have been a big meal. And
Well,
or
I'm
or-
going to tinker with this thing. So
All right. Well,
Mhm.
yell if you need anything.
Right, so the final roll necessary is an engineer education roll. Ooh, just
Ooh.
barely succeeded. If you didn't
Nice.
have
Oh, yeah.
the dice mod from the roll that Dixon did with the investigate, you would have failed that hard. But that is a success by the skin of your teeth. So you're able to determine over the course of the next day, having put in probably a total of about 70 hours, or having 70 hours about having gone by as you're working on the actual. Oh, hey, Louis the First, thanks for the follow. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. But about 70 hours pass by over the course of this time that you're actually working on this thing, trying to understand what you're seeing, how it worked. Dixon helping out, you first taking apart. I mean, just the earliest part where you actually had to like take it apart and get in there was daunting. This last bit, actually determining how it affects things, is even more so. It's designed to essentially puncture the bubble, the jump bubble, and make it essentially anchor you in space. It should prevent you from entering jump space, period. Going over its logs, examining all the components, all the data suggests that it did what it was supposed to do, and it encountered an error. The jump bubble was reformed. That's all you get from it.
I'll share that in a nice little report with the captain.
Rinky Tinky Dink. It's from an old Nickelodeon show.
And verbally with the crew.
Wow.
What do you do?
Quite nefarious.
Well, we got lucky somehow.
I believe we know how. Well, not exactly, I guess. But, Wells implied he seemed to think it was something to do with our friend here.
Yes, probably.
Looking over us.
Did they bring us here on purpose?
Purpose. Hmm.
I mean, you can put like any conjecture on there you want to determine stuff, but the only data you actually have talks about basically a drum bubble was formed, it attempted to be pierced, it kind of was, and then it sort of like repaired itself really quickly. That's all you got. Could be a lot of things. From your perspective, anyway.
I wonder, was it self-preservation more than anything? Or if it brought us here, if it's constantly looking for the others, maybe they gravitate.
It's in a hurry to find its friends and didn't want to be delayed.
It was disappeared when we were in jump space.
True.
As an added bit of confusion.
Or maybe it was just...
Yeah, that
sort
did
of,
happen.
I don't know. That was all part of the longest day.
The longest day.
Well, we
Alright.
need to.
Don't know if this thing
This
helped us or
thing-
hurt us.
I mean, or neither. If it's just trying to find the other ones, and we're just a vessel, right? Doesn't even think of us like anything.
Right. We're indispensable. We're dispensable.
But I mean, I say we get them together. I don't
Yeah,
know
sure,
how,
let's-
but I say we get them together.
I mean,
What harm could be caused by putting
If it's-
ancient navigation device together? Sure.
No, yep.
I know you long enough to know that's a little bit of sarcasm. But
It can
In
only
the same-
help.
in the same breath, if this is truly a map of some sort or like coordinates, think about what it could be for. Think about the value something like that could hold for interested parties.
Well, actually, if we could spend 10 tons of fuel to continuously jump 25 parsecs, that would be great.
It would be nice though, right? If we could control that though a little bit, but
Yeah. Well, all
wouldn't
right.
hurt to put the
Like
feelers
First
out.
step.
Dollar signs in the eyeballs.
Right. First step is to refuel.
Right,
It's
six,
true.
So now how we're
whatever.
gonna get these things together.
So one of the things I was interested in from the Kekri vessel that unfortunately we were not available to get, but information, I feel like a vast library of some sort or a database somewhere might benefit us. We might be able to find some information somewhere on something. I might be able to use it. I have a direction of things I can look up now. I kind of know what I'm looking for, but I've hit kind of a wall with the available information on our ship.
Well, this place here has tens of people.
Someone's bound to have heard something.
There's bound to be knowledge here.
The world
Some
full of
sort of
janitors and miners, so I'm
lost
sure they know
knowledge.
exactly
Did
what's
you
going
see in
on.
the data
with
banks
your
there's some kind of
physics problem?
abandoned research station?
That's true. That is true.
That is true, actually.
Mothball.
Recently abandoned, if I
Oh,
remember reading correctly.
could head down there and see what that's about. I'd be
Maybe
up for that.
worth our time.
Probably
don't know
cleaned
exactly.
out, but okay.
I would
we can go.
imagine so.
These government types always leave behind something.
If anything, I can get some like research equipment, kind of bolster up our abilities here.
If we're
Really?
lucky.
Yeah, we could steal some
If
shit.
we're lucky. Yeah, we're pirates, basically.
Your call, Captain. You're definitely not pirates.
If it's abandoned, it's it's like leaving trash out, and it's good to take.
Legitimate
savage.
salvage.
Exactly.
Legitimate salvage.
So all
exactly.
you know is that it's been mothballed. You don't know any more information than that.
So all the information I need to know. That's our stuff now.
But in the same subsector Fist is in is Tobia. It's a capital planet. We could get info there.
Ooh.
That actually might
Good
be
call.
beneficial for us. I mean, what else are we doing, right? We can find more passengers, maybe, if we want to do that. Seems like a liability.
I mean, we have nothing but glowing reviews, so I don't see why we wouldn't pick up more passengers.
Well, it's
I don't
going to
think-
be several weeks just to get the Fist.
Sure.
So
That's a good point.
Until then, I
It's
guess.
12 jumps. So.
yep. And it's gonna take another 5 days just to get away from the gravity here. So
No, I don't
Yeah.
think. I don't think so. I think it's just the way we came in with our shitty jump. It doesn't take that long to get out of flamethrower.
Maybe some
Gravity, I don't
flamethrowers.
Oh yeah, we
Um,
could actually try and booby trap our airlock.
I would need to buy equipment for that. But we could go check out this planet.
The feast. Oh, this one? This big one there?
That's the one with the research station, yes?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know if the station's is. I assumed it was in space, just because that's more sinister. But
The research station?
Okay, I thought it was on the planet, but yeah, that makes sense.
Did
too,
you?
in
I assumed
space.
it was in space too for some reason.
Interesting.
Well, we're split
Because it
50-50.
said station.
Storyteller, what is it?
You don't know. We'll have to.
Damn!
We're not close enough.
Astrogator, where is it?
We're fucking 130 hours away.
I'll tell you when you get there.
All right. Let's go fuel up.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and skip ahead to
Man your
to
fueling
that.
stations.
So it shouldn't be too much longer until you get to the actual after this like 70 hours right period of time before you're ready to begin the refueling process. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, that's updated. So let's go ahead and clear this, clear the chat, and then get in positions, I guess, Ryder, if you're going to be piloting.
I am.
All
I'm
right, stay
sitting in
rule.
Dixon's
Yeah,
lap.
ship's engineer. Your ship can hold 40 tons of fuel. It can process 40 tons per day of fuel. You currently have, and I believe this is right. You currently have 20 tons of fuel aboard.
Technically, we can hold 41 tons and have 21, but
Oh,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
power plant needs some fuel.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go ahead and set this up. So refueling at a planet like this is never an easy task, ever. It's always difficult. When I say difficult, I mean difficulty. You literally have to click difficult. That's DC 10 or difficulty 10.
All right, we're gonna die.
I'm not sure.
Refueling's a big deal.
Hey, here we go.
Hey, free fuel.
All right.
Do I get bonuses for sitting on Dixon's lap?
Nope.
No, but Dixon does.
It's like moral support.
So go ahead and move yourself into the correct position there, and then I'll put this over so people can see what happens.
It's okay.
Chris is
The
only
Chris is
at
only at
19
19.
now.
If
We're
they
gonna
fail,
fly into this
that's
gas
true.
giant.
We'll
If
get
they
you to
fail the,
23, don't worry.
If they fail the refueling, it doesn't necessarily mean that they immediately crash into the planet or anything like that, but it means that
Depends on
they
how.
failed to fuel.
How many times I roll snake eyes?
Not put these 5-star reviews at risk, please.
Okay, so go ahead and make your roll. It is a
Just task chain? Oh, okay.
no, it's not a task chain. I'm checking the total for it, excuse me, what it all is. Okay.
I don't know why we're doing this again.
You guys, I asked you if you wanted to go buy fuel or if you wanted to go refuel
Don't
here.
railroad us.
You told me what you wanted to do. All right. So it's going to be
We don't have money to
intellect
buy fuel.
or dexterity.
Yeah,
Which
we
one
do.
is it?
We only need 20 tons. We can buy it unrefined. Find it ourselves.
Dexterity
So
pilot.
just keep in mind,
Small
if
craft.
you find it
or
too difficult,
spacecraft.
we can back out. No problem.
Nothing's too difficult. What the hell?
As long as you
Or
don't
end.
treat
It
it
doesn't
like
matter. Either one.
every single airport you've ever left.
All right.
then
That's a
yes.
-6 effect failure. I need you to roll 3d6
fuck
first of
me.
all.
God damn it, Captain!
Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? I fucking wanted it too, dude. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Dead. I'm so fucking. Oh, I'm crying.
Listen, we're not talking about scratching the paint job here. We're flying into a gas giant, dude.
I could
The
butt that
curse!
out.
The curse!
Yeah.
Oh,
Curse.
shit.
Ups and downs is all
Oh,
the captain's
fuck.
specialty.
I like that we have a lunatic and a psycho here.
Should you leave?
All right, I need 1d6 roll from you now.
Should I leave for a minute? Yeah, you should leave.
Par
all
for the
fucking-
course for Captain Ryder.
It's too late now. It doesn't matter.
Lunatic should leave every time, right? What?
All right, hold on.
We don't know if that's good or bad.
It's a 1.
Okay, so couple things happen,
Oh, God. Come on, do they?
and I need you to make one more check. And this one's this is gonna be a big one for you.
Believe in
I'll
your
just-
goddamn self.
You're gonna need to make a luck check, a pure luck roll.
Oh, you have a good luck skill, I think.
Or luck roll.
I have no idea.
I think-
Somebody
I think his
has a
luck is
shitty
the
one,
best
somebody
out
has
of
a
us. Yeah, I think
It is a
Ryder's
plus
the
one,
best.
yeah.
good one. Okay. Oh, Dixon has.
Alright. I am a lucky motherfucker.
Oh no, Dixon has the good morale. That's what it is.
I thought I had the great morale.
Do you? You have.
I'm a
great
doctor.
morale, too.
Where'd it go?
Oh, Dixon's luck is good too. He has good luck and morale. Oh, it's sanity. Dixon's sanity is like. He's like as solid as a rock.
He's seen a lot of bodies.
I think that would work the opposite way.
Nah, he's just
I don't know
numb
what
to it
happened.
all now.
Yeah.
Roll didn't go
Immune.
through.
I haven't seen any rolls happen. So
Uh-uh.
It's like, did I do it?
oh, there you go. And a failure. All
That
right.
was worse than the last one, but only by 1, actually. But whatever.
Okay.
It was a 4 and a 2 last time. When it didn't go through.
So you spend 6 hours here at first trying to get this
Before
thing,
you die.
trying to get this thing fueled, and fail over and over to collect any feasible amount of fuel that's usable. You spend an additional should be 6 plus 8. So you spend an additional 2 days here attempting over and over to gather fuel. It's a failure every single time. And you pull out a little bit, you get, above, a little bit higher altitude away from, or a little bit higher orbit away from the planet itself, do some checks on your systems. The processors and everything seem to be working fine. You're just not gathering fuel as best you can tell. You try it one more time and are determined this time to find a rich enough pocket of hydrogen to actually be able to scoop a reasonable amount of fuel to be usable. And you fail. And in being so deep in the atmosphere, you cause damage to the vessel. So I'm going to have to roll damage now against your ship, and we'll see how much damage is done, and if any critical systems explode, which this can actually kill you. And then you're going to have to roll a pilot check to break orbit. So, but you can't do that until after I roll the damage, because then we don't even know if you have
Easy
engines.
peasy.
Wells
So give
got
me-
off easy.
Yeah, he picked the right time. All right, so
Oh,
let me
that again explode.
Okay. Damage. Where's it at? There it is.
How much fuel do we have to like dilly dally with this? Like, are we stranded out here if we can't fill up?
Im drive is a little
That's not
different.
really the problem. It's more if we lose power, we fall into the giant.
That's true.
Well, we have 21 tons of fuel. Every ton is 4 weeks worth.
It should be able to do the same as this.
But like, if damage takes the engines offline, we basically plummet.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's true, but as long as nothing important breaks, we're good for another 180 days, or no, 580 days.
Why is that not working? Oh, I see. Shit.
We're good. We're good.
Oh, that'd be the worst.
Oh god. I have to use the restroom. Anticipation is killing me. It's-
Don't worry, we won't be dead when you get back.
Perfect.
Okay. Oops. I don't know why that did what it did. So it should be 2 of these. The ship is streamlined, right? Streamlined hull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, alright. So that reduces the damage. One die type. Or not die type, one tier. Oh, this is gonna be bad. This could do a lot of damage. Alright. Hopefully not Starhopper, but it's definitely going to cause some damage no matter what. The question is if it's actually going to do any damage to the It's going to do enough damage to take out engines or anything. There's 2 of these. Okay. What is that total? Okay. That's all. Wow, that's 78. Isn't it? Let me do that math again. Never done this before. Sorry, it's taking me a second to figure it out. Never had to do anything quite like this in Traveller before.
Who rolled twice?
Yeah. It's fucked though. Times 5. So it's the second one doesn't count. I clicked it once, but it rolled twice. They crash. So they potentially did. They flew too deep into the atmosphere, encountered a higher area of pressure than they expected, hit basically a wall of super dense gases, mostly argon, and were not able to get any fuel from it. And they took 75 total hull points of damage, 15 times 5. Out of 100.
That is. Wait, so is that after all the criticals and stuff?
I haven't even determined that yet. That's just the basic hull points.
Then we definitely are dead.
Is it automatically a critical? What?
Every 10% of hull damage is a roll on a critical system, essentially.
That's if you're taking battle damage. Yeah. That's not the same thing. But I don't have another way in fantasy rounds of applying it.
You just died?
I haven't determined that yet, but it's gonna be real close. Okay, so now I have to roll on systems.
Your ship has 100 hull points.
Yeah. And we just lost 75.
At least 75 of them. I don't know what all the rest. I gotta finish reading this little section. Alright, so
Our brand new fucking ship.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's funny.
I think I can fix it.
10.
It's getting a little less confident as each new damage appears.
What's the cost?
Oh, don't worry, I can fix it. I think I can fix it. Ooh,
They're not of repairs of new identities. We're I mean,
yeah, what was my other character called?
So
Johnny Ortega swoops in.
I need
Saves the day.
I need a pilot spacecraft check. Dexterity or intellect, your choice.
Don't worry
Anyone
about
wanna
that.
roll for seppuku?
We're good. I do real well on these rolls, so
Famous last words.
It should be.
the next crew we get an actual pilot.
Matt is single-handedly killing us. Matt is single-handedly
No, it's like when you pull back on the stick, you go down.
So here's what happens. You encounter this dense pocket of argon. You run into it much too fast, completely stripping the fuel scoop and fuel processors off of the ship. Those don't function anymore. You also lose all of your fuel, all of your jump fuel, that is. You also are down to 15 hull points. Your jump drive is completely destroyed. You can't use your jump drive right now. It needs to be rebuilt basically from the ground up. And you are operating at low power. And right now you are stuck in orbit of a gas giant. Your orbit is going to decay. I need you to roll 2d6. In 4 days. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh my god.
Really? Oh my god.
We'll see you guys next week.
Who's ready for
Season
campaign
finale.
2?
That's Captain Ryder Young. For all
Oh
who
my
address all your
God.
letters too.
What a fucking. Oh man, another reason to get fucking.
He's definitely a trained pilot. Definitely.
We promise.
There's tons of evidence of that.
All right, let's take a minute to do our favorite moments here of the session, and then we'll jump into credits after that. So, who wants to start with favorite moments?
Literally a gunner. Literally not a pilot.
I
Can't argue.
I think Wells sort of signing off was very emotional for the team, and was sort of bittersweet, and left us in a good sort of melancholy mood right before the captain ended all of our lives.
Okay.
I did like that whole Wells send off. I thought that was he ended up being like a pretty memorable character and pretty influential character despite his like lack of ability to help us early on,
Sure.
you know? And so he was kind of like in the background because of that, but always at the center of all the events. So like I think
You guys
his
took him
whole
in,
arc,
kind of, in a lot of ways.
absolutely,
Yeah.
his whole arc was so fulfilling, I think, from a character standpoint, and like him leaving the ship, like Venom was just mentioning, and like that whole send off. It was a good full circle moment. Good writing. It was good writing, right? Like, I thought that was really well handled by everybody.
That's cool. Yeah, I really liked all that too. I thought that was a really special way of passing off this NPC who you saw a lot of these things. Like, it was essentially like a season ender kind of thing, an arc ender kind of moment, right? It felt very like it wrapped up both the narrative and the character themselves there in a pretty interesting way. What about anybody else there? Ryder or Sterulia, or I should say Psycho or Madco? Any other favorite moments?
He died as he lived, answering questions and
Ryder Young,
generating
just
just as many.
Lost.
par for the course.
What did we expect, right?
I swear, like, every time you've been asked to roll a pilot check, have you rolled above a 4? I might have to go back and look. Like,
Not when it counted. I'm sure
Yeah,
he
I've been
has,
playing
but
bumper
not
cars a
automatic.
lot with these spaceships.
Not much.
That was really good. I am interested to see
I
what
love it.
happens next week based off of the situation you're in. I'm going to have to do some rolls, see if there's any way that you can actually either be saved or if you can save yourselves. We'll determine that early on next week. It could be an early TPK. It could be the end of the campaign as we know it. It could also be some interesting rescue venture on their part that they managed to pull through. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure where that's going to go at all. I just will say this. Everybody's got a backup character ready already. So we're ready if
So
this
we'll
has
still
to
be
play
here.
out.
We'll be here.
I
And-
mean, I've been saying since day one that Ryder was going to kill us
Yeah,
all.
you're not wrong. You definitely
So this is
have
what you were
been saying
trying to
that.
do?
He doesn't have to try. It comes easy.
I just knew the personality I was going to give him and that it was probably going to get us killed.
That wasn't even it. It was just you rolling the dice for the piloting check, right?
Well, no, yeah,
Nobody
because
else
we
would
don't
have had a
have to
better
be here.
chance.
No, yes, it is Ryder because we don't have to be here. So really,
Oh, yeah,
told
you
me we
could've
don't
gone
have
and
to be
bought it.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have gone and bought
That's
it,
true.
but no, I
100
wanted to come
credits
out
a
here.
ton. That's outrageous.
It's way too expensive.
An
We'll just
ace
go-
pilot like me could
It's
go
free.
there without no problem.
I know
coming off
it's
this
free
gas truck.
right there. Like,
Why would I do
why
anything
would
else?
why would we buy it from someone else?
Well, your
Shawnee
your
Ortega,
curse
switch
hasn't
in.
quite taken over yet. Lunatic, but
We're gonna break that curse.
it was pretty close. It's pretty close,
We're
buddy.
gonna break it.
So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. But I want to thank everybody out there, watching, all the new followers we got. Thanks Lunatic and Starhopper and Gerbil, all our regulars. Really appreciate you guys coming out every time. It's super cool to have a community out here that follows along with the story. J5, everybody out there. I want to thank our new followers, Louis the Furs, Melody Ara, Uafrukua. You just followed us about 9 minutes ago. Thanks for that. Really appreciate that, bud. T-42, Chavo 404, Sammy's the best. Thanks everybody for following. It's really been a fun session. I'm curious to see what the hell we'll do next time. But see you next week.
Oh yeah.
Bye, everybody.